One flight, Paul. Yeah, direct. So, yep, it was nice actually walking in the door at a decent hour. Tuesdays, I often get home late. I was in the door by 5 o'clock. So it was nice. Spent a whopping 3 hours with the wife.
Did you guys watch the Magic and Bucks together? It's a pretty decent game. I watched the majority of it.
Apparently, people on social media, I mean, there was one NBA guy said this is the best NBA Cup game ever.
Okay. It was really, I was really entertained. I mean,
Yeah,
and especially no Wagner and no Paolo for Orlando. They played hard.
White, they nearly beat Milwaukee without Wagner also? Wow.
Yeah, Wagner's out too. That's why this, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I guess Dame took over late.
He did. That on with some Penguins Avs.
Rutgers and Penn State, a good game on Peacock last night.
Do you have Peacock?
Do I? Yes. I have everything. I pay for everything. Have it all. I think I have I have Peacock. I got Hulu. I've got Paramount. I've got Apple. I've got Netflix. I've got, what else can we have?
I don't have Paramount or Apple.
Yeah, Paul, Herb Street's the number one voice of the network that owns the playoffs. So, I mean, you're going to get Herb Street probably for 10 more years. Maybe longer. I don't think you're going to get him much longer on Thursday nights, though. I think him and Al have about 3 games left. Yeah, Pius Poles. Yeah, I could see where he'd be upset. He also should be thankful he still has a job. I do not have HBO Max.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this hump day. Let's get over it together, shall we? How the heck are are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. 2 weeks before the big fella makes his return. 3 weeks until 2025. Hope your week is going well. Thanks for spending part of it with us, Miller and Moulton. How are you, Mark?
I'm doing well this morning. Got a good night's sleep. Watched a little basketball last night, a little hockey last night. Trying to, make that transition, David. There's no football on every night. It's time to start watching other sports.
Yes, and they're worth watching. They are. They're pretty good, in fact.
Absolutely. Had a little Penn's Avs on last night, little Nathan McKinnon, little Sidney Crosby, and then a little hoop with Orlando and the Bucks. And Giannis had a big night leading the Bucks to their NBA Cup victory, David.
Look at you with NBA Cup fever.
I'm trying to watch the Magic every time that they're on because where I live, the Magic are blacked out. I don't get the Magic, and that's annoying.
Right, you get the Heat.
Right. So when the Magic are on nationally, I've been trying as best I can to watch them. And last night they played hard without their best two players. It was a very entertaining basketball game. I have tried for the last 3 or 4 years of picking out appointment NBA television. And many times it's really disappointed me. And games have been very one-sided and not worth watching. Last night's game was worth watching really from start to finish. It was a good quality regular season basketball game. And if that means that the NBA Cup gives them a little bit more intensity, then go NBA Cup.
I had a little Jimmy V Classic feel to me last night. Growing up in the Northeast, the Madison Square Garden thing kind of lured me in. But also, the first game was Miami, and the Canes look to be in transition this year, and I'm being nice. And the whole Tennessee story fascinates me because the best player on the team was playing in the A-Sun last year, Chaz Lanier, and was on North Florida. And, he was the best player on North Florida. And North Florida was like a top 6 team in the A-Sun last year. I mean, heck of a shooter, very good player. Okay, worth the price of admission. But you always wonder, he transfers to Tennessee. What kind of a player is he going to be? Is he going to maybe be their 6th man, come off the bench, be instant offense? No, he's starting and scoring 20 a game on the number 1 team in the country. Oh, really?
And he's got Jay Billis raving about him.
So Rick Barnes is the coach at Tennessee. Rick Barnes has a shooting drill. And it's all a bunch of spots on the floor. And apparently, and Rick Barnes has been coaching 30 plus years. And apparently only one person had ever hit all the shots in the shooting drill before. That guy's name was Kevin Durant. Yeah, now 2 have done it. His name's Chaz Lanier. That's what kind of a shooter this kid is. This story interests the hell out of me. I mean, these are the 13 guys from James Madison going to Indiana and putting Indiana football in the playoff. I mean, this is great.
Right, and obviously with Indiana, I love your comparison. That might be more the quarterback that came from Ohio.
Yeah.
Because the quarterback's leading them in Indiana, and this kid's leading them at Tennessee. It's remarkable. Remarkable.
By the way, you want to hire a college football coach? How about the guy at Ohio, who apparently Ohio got ransacked in the portal off of last year's team. Ransacked. And he came back and won the MAC. Yeah. Lost their quarterback and like 20 other guys. And he came back and won the MAC. All right. Just, the little small college gene in me. I've got it in a big way.
You do. I know you do.
So I love this story. And I'll tell you what, Matt Driscoll is the coach of North Florida. And you would think Matt Driscoll would be, crushed. Lost his best player, kid they had helped develop and what have you. And he was asked about it a week or so ago. He gave a 4-minute answer in which he talked about Chaz deserves it all the work he put in and what have you. Couldn't be happier for him. He'll always be an Osprey. We love him. Okay, but thrilled for the opportunity that he has. Meanwhile, Matt and UNF, we followed them last month. They've already beaten 2 Power 4 schools.
Right. And Driscoll also said he had to go. Told him he had to go after last year. Says you've got to
Right.
You got to move on.
Right.
This
Meanwhile,
is your time to make some money and do what you can for yourself. Good for you, young man. Let's go.
and think about how unselfish that is of Driscoll. Driscoll, by the way, has been at North Florida like 15 years, and some there have wanted to push him out the last couple of years. All right. And here he is telling his best player, an elite shooter, obviously, would clearly be preseason all conference if he had come back this year, if not favored to win player of the year. All right. And he's like, dude, you got to go. What? Oh, yeah, you got to go.
Chances
So,
that this don't come every day. Time to go to a big school.
right. And so that was the first game. And then, Michigan, Arkansas, little SEC Big Ten. John Cal, now the coach of Arkansas, with a really good nightcap. So I had a little Jimmy V Classic fever. You had the NBA Cup fever. I had Jimmy V Classic fever last night.
So Miller and Moulton became hoop heads, if
Yeah.
only for one night. Don't worry. We're talking football mainly during the show.
Oh, yeah.
But Elliott, Seth Everett, Chris Perkins on the show today. We'll talk plenty of football.
Right. What the hell do you think we're going to talk about? I mean, come on now. All right. Just because there were no games played, and there aren't going to be any games played till at least tomorrow. Please, come on. You know the show. I mean, it's Miller and Moulton. We were going to name it Miller Football and Moulton, but we just decided to go with the and.
Or just name the show football. That would probably might have been as
Right.
easy of a choice.
But there's too many shows with football in the name already, so we just figured, nah. Besides, it'd be really awkward in June and July.
The NFL has some great sponsorship deals. You do some shows on Sirius XM once in a while, and you read the live reads for Sleep Number, I'm sure.
Oh, yes.
And many of the other national ads they have, but they don't have Ring or alarms.com, and it looks like they need them because it seems that every game that's being played at night, players' homes are being broken into.
Yeah, this is no laughing matter now.
No, this is scary.
And in the last month, Patrick Mahomes' house, Travis Kelce's house, and now Joe Burrow's house have been broken into while they were playing on Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football. Yes. Uh-huh. And I have to admit, and I'm not in any way blaming the victims here, okay? But a little surprised, though, with the wealth that they have, that they wouldn't have security on hand for think about it. We obviously know where they are. They're not home. And also all of them have extended family. In Mahomes' case, he's married. Burrow had a fiance. Don't know if they're still engaged. We all know who Travis is dating. Not that she'd be hanging out at home, okay, while he's playing. But I mean, there's a part of me that's a little surprised that their homes could be broken into, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know. Seems pretty obvious.
Well, these people that are doing it are high-level criminals.
Apparently so.
They're not messing around. This isn't your run-of-the-mill breaking and entering. This is more elaborate than that.
So this isn't the kid walking the streets of Manhattan waiting for the CEO, is what you're saying? Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. So, but yes, it's serious enough that last week the NFL and the NBA
Portis from Milwaukee had his house broken into
Yep.
as well. So
sent out, notices going, yeah, you need to be careful. So it's alarming.
scary stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Fortunately, so far, no one's been home. It's just been the house being ransacked and stuff stolen, and no one's gotten hurt. But yeah, I mean, especially in Mahomes' case, because she's pregnant.
Right.
There could be a day where, she's just back at the house. So, yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, when Burrows, that's now, 3 different cities. It's a little bit of an epidemic right now going on in the pro sports world.
Yep.
with these guys' homes being broken into while they're playing games. And you said you're surprised on security. There's part of me surprised that it's taken this long they're
Unfortunately,
easier marks, if you know what I
right.
mean. You know their schedule. We know where they are.
Yep. And the schedule's out the schedule comes out in May. I mean, if you wanted to plot it, you've got plenty of time. Yes, that's true. But it's a sad commentary, unfortunately.
It really is. We hope to have a little happier commentary today with Bud Elliott, Seth Everett, and Chris Perkins on the show.
How ridiculous is it, by the way, that the portal is opened up now? I mean, like the guy who was the starter at SMU, the quarterback, who's now the backup, here he is. He has to. This is the week you got to announce, you got like 3 weeks to announce your train. He says, I'm transferring, but I'm not leaving. I mean, no, I'm going to stay. I mean, I hope we win a natty, but then I'm out of here. But no, I'm staying with my guys, but then I'm gone.
This whole thing's a mess with the transfer portal. They can't wait until
mid-January.
The season's over.
Well, their reasoning is that kids transfer now, the end of one semester, they get enrolled in school at the beginning of another.
Right. I see it. But it's not like these kids are really going to class, are they?
Well, it's not number one on the list. I mean, they're no longer student athletes, put it that way.
Right. They're professional athletes going to a college.
Correct. They definitely aren't now. We ain't even hiding it anymore.
No, we're not.
We're doing the negotiating in public. We're soliciting the money.
We're telling coaches to take pay cuts so we can have more money for NIL.
Yes, we are, Mike Gundy. Yes, we are. By the way, I think that's the first. I don't think that's going to be the last.
Oh, no way.
I could see athletic departments going, we're paying you an awful lot of money. In fact, too much. Miller and Moulton. The starting five is 25 minutes away. Bud Elliott, Seth Everett, Chris Perkins on the hump day, Miller and Moulton.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
This Christmas season, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District offer the lowest prices anywhere on GIA certified diamonds and beautiful diamond jewelry, pre-owned Rolex watches, estate jewelry, and colored gemstone jewelry. Plus, receive 23% off all diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets. Come see why more people will unwrap gifts from the Diamond District this Christmas than any other jeweler in Southwest Florida. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
You have a somewhat stern look on your face. Is everything okay?
Oh, yeah, everything's fine. I went to the doctor yesterday, and they suggested I get a tetanus shot, so I got one. My arm hurts. I will say that bothers me. First tetanus shot I've had in a while. I didn't know I still had to get those things. But every 10 years, supposedly. And Lord knows I hadn't had one in a while.
Adam, you'd get a condo and a building. Really? You're Joe Burrow. You don't want your own house. You don't want the privacy. You want what I have, where I have 23 neighbors? Really? Is that Special Deputy Barney Fife? You ever been to Cincinnati?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. You know, I don't often talk like this, Mark, but I grew up rooting for bad teams. I mean, you know, the Rangers weren't bad. All right. Although actually the first couple of years that I was rooting for them, they were actually in transition. But then the Rangers have pretty much been competitive my, whole life. But, I started rooting for the Knicks after their glory days, in which, they haven't had many in the last 50 years.
Right?
Rooted for the Giants when they were in the middle of one of the worst periods of their existence. I mean, being seriously challenged right now, by the way. But, that's my formative years when everybody was a Dolphin, a Raider, a Steeler, a Cowboys fan, and those were the teams that were dominating the NFL. I was rooting for a team that was going 3-11, 4-10, and what have you. And the Mets were bad. The Mets had 8 straight losing seasons, and that's basically my childhood. So I know what it's like to have a team that's bad. But I never didn't have hope. And I don't know if it was because I was young and naive or what, but I just figured, at some point we'll win. How do you root for the Marlins?
David, I don't know. I really don't know because they just got rid of another player.
Oh, another player? He's a guy who they've got control of for 4 more years, who's hit 62 homers, 63 homers the last 2 years. He's a young, power-hitting corner infielder. What the hell? He's affordable. What are we doing? Who you want me to pay to see that? Who am I going to pay to see? Seriously, what you can't hold on to him? I don't get it. They made the playoffs a year ago. They fired the person who put the playoff team together. It honked the manager off, and he said, "I'm out of here." Okay, well, you're under contract for another year. Well, I'm giving you a year's notice. I'm gone. And now they're tearing it down to the studs again?
Again.
What? You had one? They've gone to the playoffs. Forget the COVID year in which they went to the playoffs. They actually won a best of 3. But that was a 60-game season, which I think they went like 32-28 or something like that. But take the COVID year out of it. Honestly, in the 162-game seasons, in the last 20, they've had what, 3 winning seasons? And it made the playoffs once. And not even a year removed from making the playoffs, they've stripped that team down. Traded away Arias and Jazz Chisholm and now Jake Berger. You want me to keep rooting for this team? I would hate to have a 14-year-old David Moulton, if you know what I mean, and Dad, what am I supposed to do? Son, I don't know. Because they will not have a winning season again until you're in college at the earliest.
Well, and here's the other part that I don't get is that they traded someone that you brought up all the points of the contract he was under. They got 2 prospects and a starting pitcher. Neither prospect's rated that high. One of them's not even in the Rangers' top 30 prospects.
Right, and the other guy's like number 17.
Yes, exactly. What is it you got? These are, if you're prospect 17 and prospect 42, the odds are you're not making the majors.
And if you are, you're not going to be an impact player. And you're trading away a guy now who's an impact player. He's not a star, but he's probably one of the 3 best players on your team. To me, this is one of those trades in which I think 20 major league teams turned around and said, wait a minute, that's all it took to get Jake Berger? Why didn't they call us? I don't even know if I need him, but I would have given him more to have him. How do you have I get it. Okay. You're trying to do the Rays thing. Okay. There's a former Rays guy now leading it. They're going to, go young and sustain it that way. I mean, seriously, think of who they've gotten rid of. They let Bell walk. Okay, they trade away Jazz Chisholm, Luis Arias, okay, and now Berger. I mean, those are 3 bats. 3 legitimate bats.
You mean a home run player? Chisholm, I don't know if he's a 5-tool player, but
He's
brings
a 4.
brings a lot to the table. And a guy who led the league in batting?
I mean, and with their pitching, I mean, seriously, if their pitching comes back healthy this year, could you imagine if they had those 3 bats? They'd actually be able to they'd be a tough team. You know, they're in a brutal division, yeah, sure, but hey, the Rays have put teams like that together in a really tough division. How have they done?
I don't know how you root for the Marlins. And I don't know how you go to games. And I don't know how you watch, David.
Right.
You know, I mentioned it yesterday. I said it a while back before the Florida Panthers turned the corner and became a really good team. I said you could pick them up, move them, and no one would notice in South Florida.
Right. 5 years ago, you're like, when we talked franchises who could relocate, and that was always in your top 3.
Well, I know the league doesn't want the Miami Marlins to relocate, but they couldn't pick up and go somewhere else and no one would notice?
I don't think anyone would care. I don't. I just, honestly, I love pitching. You know me. I love pitching. I guess you want me to pay to see, Alcantara? I mean, come on. We got to score 2 runs, don't we? I mean, how are we going to do it?
Thank goodness for the Panthers right now because, the talk of getting rid of Butler at the Heat, they're just a below average franchise right now. The Dolphins are what they are. They can beat bad teams. We'll find out if they can beat a good one here this week. And the Marlins could be put in the witness protection program.
Yeah, I just woke up this morning and thought about, me growing up and if my teams had acted like this. I mean, for goodness sakes, you gave me a taste just a little over a year ago. We made the playoffs. We had an interesting team coming back. And look what you've done to it. I know they've got 113 fans and, we're appealing to 19 of them right now, but I don't know. I mean, have you ever lost hope with one of your teams? I mean, truly lost hope. Not you've been dismayed, not you've been frustrated, not you've been angry, but I mean lost hope.
Well, yes. I'm a Piston fan. I've lost all hope in that franchise.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know what they are going to ever do to turn it around. And they've got one good player, but they have been in the witness protection program themselves now for well over a decade.
So you've lost hope with them.
I've lost hope with them. Okay. The Wings, I still have hope as much as they bother me. The Tigers gave me great hope this last year, and I'm excited. And obviously, and even my Spartans, I don't have a lot of hope with NIL and everything that's going on. But the Pistons, I still, with the Spartans, remain to have some hope. With the Pistons, David, I've lost all hope.
Miller and Moulton. I mean, hate to be on such a downer. Now I got you all thinking about whether or not you've lost hope with one of your teams. I hope not.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Poll question.
Have you ever lost hope?
Daily, weekly, never. If you could,
As a sports fan.
okay, that's probably
Comma.
yes.
You need to clarify it, yes. Mm-hmm.
You ever lost hope in your sports teams and humanity?
Both. D, never had it.
I don't already want to change the college football playoff, but I thought a poll question could be, you know, if there's one change to the college football playoff, should it be reseeding or 4 buys to the best 4 teams? Or C, leave it alone.
Well, based on yesterday, I think we have to come up with another Belichick question.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Bud Elliott, Seth Everett, Chris Perkins to join us. It's our regular hump day lineup. You know, people got into that Belichick poll question yesterday.
They did. And then it looked like he took the job, and now he's still negotiating, and we don't really know what the story is with Bill.
How about the report? A 400-page manifesto he gave them.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'd do. This is how I'd run it. These are the people I would hire. 400 pages. Man, don't you think by like page 130, you either say, we're done with you, or you're hired? I mean, do I need to keep reading?
Yeah, I can't tell you the last time I read a 400-page book, let alone
Right.
a manifesto on how someone's going to run an organization. I hope there's pictures and drawings and a few graphs.
I mean, would it be out of line if you're the North Carolina people and you look at them and go, hey, do you have a Cliff Notes version? Is this available in paperback? I mean, it's something? What am I supposed to do with this? Can I re-gift this? No? Man. So that saga is still going on. There are reports, by the way, that that's like a Tennessee situation from a half dozen years ago. Remember when we didn't know who was running the show in Tennessee, and you had the AD who went and actually offered the job to somebody. So then the cavalry came in and got rid of the AD and told the guy they offered the job to, yeah, that offer doesn't stand anymore. And we're going to go get our own people. Yeah, but you're not in charge. Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Ask around.
Right. Don't know what to tell you. We took over the office. We boxed up all this stuff. We're in charge enough. Okay.
They when Alexander Hagen actually came through.
Exactly.
For those of you old enough to remember, I'm in charge.
I'm in charge here. Wait a minute. You're not the vice president. Yeah, but he's on a plane coming back. And until that plane lands,
I'm in charge here, even though I'm like fourth or fifth down on the pecking order.
I'm in charge here. Well, the next in line, Speaker of the House. Yeah, never heard of him. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, you know what? Just to spice things up, we'll do it a little differently today. How about we go baseball, number one? Winter meetings. Mark, you're supposed to have signings and trades at the winter meetings. And you know what? Yesterday we had both. Yankees signed 30-year-old lefty Max Fried to an 8-year, $218 million deal. That's 27 and a quarter a year. That'll basically be about $1 million a start. He's at the lowest ERA in baseball over the last 5 years. Max Fried. Granted, pitching in Atlanta, Pitchers Park, but good signing for the Yankees. I mean, it won't be over 8 years, And he doesn't have dominant stuff. I love this. You're actually investing in a pitcher. He changes speeds, knows how to pitch. All right, keeps the ball in the ballpark. Doesn't live and die with strikeouts. He's actually a, wait for it, pitcher. Texas re-signed Nathan Eovaldi, a hard-throwing righty, 3 years, $75 million. Texas also acquired Marlins infielder Jake Berger for 3 prospects. He's hit 63 homers over the last 2 years. Obviously, he was of no use to the Marlins. Another trade, interesting one. Cleveland traded away all-star second baseman Andres Jimenez. Jimenez, terrific fielder, and puts the ball in play, no power at all. Mark, this is the type of second baseman who batted second in the lineup when you and I were growing up. This type of player. And the thought is nowadays that type of player doesn't have any value. But Toronto's got a bunch of strikeouts in their lineup, and they said, we could use his defense, and we could use a guy who just puts the ball in play. We could bat him 8th or 9th. That would work for us. So Toronto acquired Jimenez from the Guardians. The draft lottery was yesterday. The Marlins were tied with the Rockies, having the best chance to win the draft lottery. Yeah, they're picking 7th. Yeah, that's a bad day at the office. Nats got the first pick, Angels the second. Here's an interesting note. Remember, the White Sox lost all those games? You figured they'd have the best odds? They weren't even eligible for the lottery. Yeah, they spent too much money. Apparently, if you've paid the tax 2 years in a row, you're ineligible for the lottery. So here the White Sox have an historically bad year, and they're not even eligible for the top pick. What a kicker that is.
It's an interesting system, to say the least.
Yeah.
You lose that many games, and you don't even have a shot at the best player.
Right. They're trying to prevent tanking, I guess. Who knows? Rocky Calavito. It's a name that you may have heard over the years. A slugger with the then Indians back in the day. Hit 374 homers. He died at his Pennsylvania home yesterday at the age of 91. NFL news. Mark mentioned it earlier in the show. Joe Burrow's home broken into while he was in Dallas playing Monday Night Football. There are conflicting reports that he actually had an off-duty security guard, sheriff's deputy at his house. There's been some reports saying that. Other reports not saying that. No one was hurt. House was ransacked. This has happened to Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce in the last month as well. I know in the Kansas City break-ins, they suspect a South American crime ring is doing it. That's pretty interesting. So, guys, where in the states do you want to target? I say we go to Kansas City. Words that haven't been spoken very often before from South American crime syndicates.
They must have driven there, because flying there would be impossible, David.
Take an awfully long time. I know that. If you were watching the Cowboys-Bengals game Monday night, you saw Cowboys linebacker DeMarvion Overshown take an awkward hit. He got rolled up on his right knee from the side. Yeah, he tore just about everything you could tear. The ACL, the MCL, the PCL. You have to wonder if he even comes back next season. A lot of times it takes a year. Well, obviously he suffered the injury in December, so you wonder if he'll miss most, if not all, of 2025. He missed last year with a torn ACL. Steelers likely going to be without George Pickens Sunday against the Eagles. And the Browns waived Kadarius Toney.
Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah, he had a hell of a Sunday, huh?
Took a 15-yard unsportsmanlike and then muffed a punt. That's
right.
A hell of a day.
Yeah. He was a first-round pick, 2021. And he's now gone through 3 teams. I think that qualifies as a bust. You think so?
I think you're onto something, David.
Even though when you put that Super Bowl highlight video together for the Chiefs against the Eagles, he has to be in it. The Chiefs do not win the game without Toney. 2 huge punt returns. Led the points both times. College football. Chip Lindsey, who was the offensive coordinator at North Carolina, not included in Bill Belichick's 400-page manifesto. So he is now the new offensive coordinator at Michigan. Speaking of Michigan, one of their defensive tackles, Mason Graham, said, yeah, you kidding? I'm a first-round pick. In fact, I'm a high first-round pick. Debate is just how high. So I'm signing with Rosenhaus, and I'm out of here. Mike Shula, remember him? He's the answer to the trivia question. Who was the coach at Alabama before Nick Saban? Mike Shula, new offensive coordinator at South Carolina. He was an analyst there last year, giving credit for developing the young QB, who is a force.
Who is your early Heisman hopeful for next year?
Ooh, putting him on the list already, are you?
Absolutely.
He is exciting. He's a problem. When you can't catch him, that's a problem. We got to stop him. I can't catch him, coach. I don't know what to tell you. Come up with a better scheme, I guess. Mississippi State quarterback Michael Van Buren, SMU quarterback Preston Stone. Stone was the starter, got benched 3 games into the season. They both have announced they're transferring. Stone, however, going to stay with SMU through the playoffs. And he said that. He goes, I will not abandon this team. I'll be ready if they need me. College hoops last night. The Jimmy V Classic, Madison Square Garden. Chaz Lanier, the kid we were talking about, transferred from North Florida. 22 points to lead top-ranked Tennessee over Miami, 75-62. And a good nightcap. Michigan jumped out to a 15-point lead. Arkansas cut it to 4 at the break. Back and forth in the second half. Arkansas held off the 14th-ranked Wolverines 89-87. By ranking, it's an upset. By point spread, it was not. Illinois, unranked at home, beat 20th-ranked Wisconsin 86-80. In fact, Wisconsin covered because they were getting 7.5. Duke and Houston, both ranked, both easy winners. One game of note in the state of Florida, FAU at home beat Jacksonville 85-63. NBA, just 2 games, both quarterfinals in the NBA Cup. I do like the courts. I do. Don't know how much they cost, different design and all. I like them for what it's worth. It's actually my favorite part of the NBA Cup. I'm easy to please. What can I tell you? Giannis with 37. Dame, that's Damian Lillard for those of you not in the know. Dame with 9 points in the final minute because he's Mr. Clutch. Milwaukee, 114-109 over Orlando. Milwaukee goes back to Vegas. They were there last year. OKC will join them in Vegas. They beat Dallas 118-114. Who will join Milwaukee and Oklahoma City? Well, it'll be either the Hawks or the Knicks. They play tonight. And who will join OKC? It will be either Golden State or Houston because they play tonight. NHL, there were 11 games last night. We're not going to go through all 11. I can go through about 6 of them. Lightning lost in Edmonton 2-1. They've got 2 really good players. Don't know if you've heard. Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl. Yeah, they both scored. 2-1 Edmonton.
I was stunned that was such a low-scoring game. Tampa had been scoring a lot of goals. I was expecting that game, at least 5-3 type game. I was not expecting a 2-1 game last night out of the Lightning.
Totally. I mean, the over-under on that game had to be like 7.5, right?
Right.
Panthers in a shootout beat the Kraken in Seattle 2-1. 2-1 the score of the night is Toronto got an overtime goal from Austin Matthews. Admit the Stars were out in the NHL last night. 2-1 Toronto over New Jersey. Speaking of which, Colorado beat Pittsburgh 6-2. So who's the number 1 star? Mikko Rantanen had a hat trick, but this McKinnon guy had a goal and 4 assists. Anyway, Avs 6-2 winners. Winnipeg honked off that they had lost 6 of 8, so they took it out on Boston, beat them 8-1. And Mark, not to rub salt in it, because you wanted Detroit to fire their coach and hire Jim Montgomery when the Bruins let him go.
Right.
Well, St. Louis is 5-1-1 under Jim Montgomery. They beat Vancouver in overtime last night 4-3.
Uh-huh.
Didn't mean to rub salt in the
No.
wound, but I just
Good hire by St. Louis.
just noteworthy. That's all. Hey, this is a shock. Scotty Scheffler won the Jack Nicklaus Award as Player of the Year. Boy, who rigged that ballot? My goodness. Next year, it'd be an interesting prop bet. Your favorite college football team and number of wins for Scotty Scheffler, because he had 9 this year.
Wow.
You imagine that over under? Okay. Illinois or Scotty Scheffler posted at 7.5 next year. We could do that with about 30 teams. Scheffler over under number of wins. And listen, I know it's sacrilege to say this. Scotty Scheffler's play this year was Tiger-esque. Look up the numbers. Speaking of Tiger, apparently he's going to be healthy enough to play in Orlando next weekend in the PNC with his son Charlie, who's now 15. This will be, I think, the 5th straight year Tiger's playing in this. See, they can use carts, and he's 3 months removed from back surgery, so he's going to give it a go. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was starting 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, those carts seem to help a guy like Tiger these days.
Well, he's because he'll be end of the year. He's 49, right? Him and LeBron both born on December 30th. So the one's 3 weeks away from 40, and the other's 3 weeks away from 49. So Tiger's only a year away, baby.
Right. Beat it up on the Champions Tour.
Well, he's not going to be able to tee it up on the PGA Tour much longer. He's not good enough. Did I say that out loud?
You sure did.
Okay. Miller and Moulton, thanks for getting over the hump with us.
This is historic. This Sunday, Swamp Buggy Racing returns for their 76th season in Naples.
Let's go. Tickets are on sale at swampbuggy.com. And wow, we have kids' prices too.
It's family fun and serious racing as this great Southwest Florida tradition lives on at Florida Sports Park off Exit 101 in Naples. 6 classes, swamp buggies, even Jeeps flying around the famed Mile of Mud.
Get more details and tickets now at swampbuggy.com. Tickets available at the box office this Sunday.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Do you want to go? Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
No.
Really? You know we'd get 300 votes, right?
No.
No, I balanced my checkbook last night, E, but thanks. And that's the truth. I did. Came home, went through my multiple checkbooks. First off, okay, music. There's no way anything beats the NCAA. Come on. Come on. And I would argue it's not a Christmas movie.
For the record, I have 3 segments so far for best of in my head. Gary, David, and then that Marlin segment at 6:21 will work. That's timeless.
Okay.
If you finish a segment and you think it's good, let me know. We've got 9 more.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. I mean, we're just 2 weeks away from the big day. 3 weeks away from 2025. You know, the last couple years around this time of the year, I'd be like, man, this year has flown by. I guess it's all relative. You haven't heard me say that this year, have you?
Thank goodness.
No.
Because as we get older, years are going to go by more quickly. We have more experience. We have more life experience. A year is a smaller percentage of our life as it was when you're a small child at that point. It's very simple. Years go by more quickly as you get older.
But let's face it also, some years for certain people are longer than others. Even though the time is exactly the same, it just feels a lot longer. You know, you're privy to what's going on and, you know, my and my family's life. And, well, I just thought you would get a kick out of, because I annoyed the heck out of you the last 2 years when I spent most of the month of December.
This year's really flown by.
So I thought it'd be worthwhile to remind you. I haven't said that once this year, have I?
No, I mean, we've had business and personal. There's been a lot that has gone on this year, David.
Both of us.
It's been a hell of a 2024.
Neither one of us has said, man, this year has flown by.
No.
Maybe I said it in like March or April, but I know I haven't said it since. So anyway, 2 weeks away from the big day. Hey, I have an idea for a poll question.
All right, let me hear it.
Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Would you stop it?
Listen, we're on a roll. People responding.
We're on a roll.
We are. Come on now. 8 straight days of a poll question, or 7 heading into today. I'm cautiously optimistic we'll make it 8, although we don't have a good one yet.
Not even true, because we didn't have one on Monday.
Wait, we didn't?
No.
Oh, man. We couldn't even. Oh, man, we're so disappointing.
No, no sponsor, no poll question.
Well, that's a good motto to have. Although if that was the case, we'd lose half the show. But you know, anyway, people really like the Belichick question. They responded to it. By the way, 56% of you would hire Bill Belichick to be the next head coach at North Carolina. What is wrong with you people?
Why would we want someone like Bill Belichick to run a college program?
Yeah, why would you? Why would you?
He may be the best NFL coach of all time.
Yes.
North Carolina is at best, an average college football program. I'm giving them a shot with the coach and the money that's going to come. North Carolina boosters, basketball boosters, might even give money to NIL with Bill Belichick as their coach. Step into the big time, step into the ring, and let's see what we can do trying to go to the maximum level at college football.
Okay, can I just go back about a minute? You said he, quote, might be the best NFL head coach ever.
Yeah.
Okay. So then shouldn't an NFL team hire him?
Yes, but doesn't look like they want to.
Well, I do. I mean, name a team. Put me in charge of it. Chicago, done.
No.
Done.
Chicago's not going to happen. You know it, and I know it. The whole world knows it. Kevin Warren's not hiring Bill Belichick as a coach, so it's a moot point. Jacksonville's a realistic possibility if they get rid of Peterson. It really is.
Done. Let's do it. Do it right now, by the way. Seriously. Not playing around. Fire the GM. And I am surprised, by the way, they have not gotten rid of the GM. Okay, just to get a head start even. And also to show everybody what's going to come. Why wait another month? Honestly, I'd bring in Belichick right now. I would. I'd blow it up right now. I'd bring him in. Let's go.
But it looks like is he taking this job or considering this job because no one in the NFL wants him?
Don't know. By the way, ask the folks in Atlanta right now. You know, all the folks who jumped on board the Raheem Morris. And by the way, I'm thrilled for Raheem. I thought he deserved another shot. Okay. He got hired way too young in Tampa. Actually led him to a 10-win season. I mean, amazing. He was a good coach when they wait for it, had good quarterback play. And he was a really bad coach when they wait for it, didn't have good quarterback play. Shocking development.
And what's happened the last 4 weeks in Atlanta? How's their quarterback play been?
No touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Horrific. horrific quarterback play. And he's been loyal to his guy. We're starting Cousins.
Well, I think he kind of has to. He might be told that. First of all, if they can't bench him now, then he has no trade value. They have to rehabilitate him to unload him. And unloading him will be costly. It'll be a huge cap hit next year. But they have to rehabilitate him if they're going to move on from him. And I think they feel they've got another week or two that they can play this game. Now, if Tampa Bay beats the Chargers this week, Atlanta will be in full panic mode, because then take a look at Tampa's schedule the rest of the year. This is the last week Tampa's not going to be favored.
Were they Carolina, the Cowboys, and the Saints?
Yeah. And I think 2 of the 3 are at home.
So well, I think they're at Dallas, and that's like a home game because Dallas doesn't win home games.
No.
They've won at 6 at home this year.
Yeah, and they beat the Giants, and does that really count?
Not really.
So I think Atlanta, just quick sidebar, I think Atlanta's saying we got one more week before we just flat out panic. Tampa Bay beats the Chargers, we're in trouble. Then we may have to make a move. It's weird, though, too. It's not like he's second in the NFL in yards pass, second or third in yards passing, Kirk Cousins. I mean, in some respects, his stats are fine.
Well, when you throw that number of interceptions and put your team in situations where you're behind, you keep throwing the ball. I mean, they had 450 yards the one week in offense, but he threw 4 picks. Correct. So one kind of comes with the other, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's true. And when you're losing, you end up throwing and right. Which, by the way, got me thinking yesterday. You know, Mark, you're not going to believe this, but when you fly and then you have a half-hour drive home from the airport, you think about a lot of things. And a lot of things that are not important. And so I got to thinking.
How the hell do we not have a poll question?
Well, that's true. You know, come to think of it, it's a dadgum good point. We should have poll questions for the rest of the damn year.
Thank you.
With all the inane stuff that I've been thinking about during my downtime. Man, you make a really good point. I'm going to have to go around looking like I'm an author or somebody, a writer. What are you doing? Just writing down stuff. Creative ideas? Yeah. Like what? Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Unbelievable. You just keep going back to that. You're killing me over here.
Yeah. Well, it's because I'm trying to be on the right side of a poll question. It's another one. Is this? I want to be in the majority before the end of the year. And I don't want it to be a gimme either, a layup, an obvious one. I want a legitimate question, a little bit of debate, you know, and I want to be on the winning side. I feel like I'm rooting for the Mets in the late 70s. I feel like I'm a Marlins fan right now. We could ask that question as a sports fan, have you ever lost hope?
I think the majority of us have.
Not really. Not really. I mean, losing hope. I mean, that's the end of the road. That's, you know, they're never going to win again. Not that, man, I can't believe we still suck. I can't believe we're still getting it wrong. Okay, I mean lose hope.
Well, you know, you're right, because Browns fans somehow still have hope.
Well, they should. For good, they won 11 games last year. 2 years before that, they won 11 games in a playoff game in Pittsburgh. They should have hope.
Should the Jets fan have hope?
Should they? Yes. Okay. Can I understand that they're in a bad place right now? But that's what I'm asking. The line from I'm in a bad place, 14 straight years of missing the playoffs. But then there's lose hope. Lose hope means you stop watching, by the way. I mean, when you really think about it, lose hope means that I'm out. I'm out.
Well, and I wonder on Saturdays, not necessarily lose hope, but have lost hope. If you're a fan of a Saturday team that's not one of the upper echelon teams, and we all know who we're talking about. But if you're like I am, you're a fan of you went to school at Michigan State, you went to school at Kentucky for football. Not that they root for their football team, but you know what I'm getting at. The middle of the rung Power 4 teams, Oklahoma State. How much hope can you have if you root for a Big 12 team right now in the grand scheme of things?
Well, I would think more hope than last year. I mean, you can make the playoff if you win the Big 12. Now it's guaranteed. Whereas when it was 4, you could win the Big 12 and easily not make the playoff. I would think you'd have more hope if you were an Oklahoma State fan now. I know they had an awful year, 3-9 and what have you, but I mean, we can buy a good team. We got money here. Hell, Arizona State just won this conference. This can't be that hard.
I don't know. The way the cards are stacked in college football, yeah, you can get in the playoff. You can be, is that enough? Indiana's having this marvelous season.
Yeah.
One of which you and I may never see Indiana have a season like this again in our lifetime.
I'd be willing to bet right now they don't make the playoff in our lifetimes after this year. I'd make that bet right now. This will be the last time you ever see Indiana in the playoff.
And is the hope for an Indiana football fan just getting in the playoff, or is it actually winning a game? I'm not even going to go as far as to win a few. That's what I'm getting at.
In fact, that could be our poll question. After this year, will Indiana ever make the college football playoff again?
No way.
Now, it's going to get bigger. It's going to 14. Hell, it'll get to 16 very quickly. That conference is going to be guaranteed 4. Hell, they may get it someday where they're guaranteed 5.
So is that the hope, just getting in, or is it actually doing something when you're in?
Come on, football season's just killing time until basketball. I mean, come on now. They're not trying to win a natty at Indiana. They're just trying to kill time.
Are they trying to win one in basketball?
Well, it's a whole other story. It's a sore subject, though, Mark. Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Candid relief for what it's worth. I love both. Guys texting in Quarter Pounder or Whopper, KFC or Popeyes. He just keeps sending me food questions one after another. Oh, Sonny, not even close. Will Bills Lions be the highest rated game of the year? It won't touch Cowboys Giants.
Also, going on at the same time as Bills Lions, isn't it also Steelers Eagles?
We have double 4:30 games? Doesn't make sense.
I know.
Not saying you're wrong. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Right. So you got Bills Lions on CBS and Steelers Eagles on Fox at the exact same time.
They're 5 4:25 games.
And by the way, in Southwest Florida, you're going to get the Bucks. So you're not going to get Steelers Eagles. Now, I know a lot of you have packages and plans and all that, but I'm just saying, for those of you that don't, no, there are no 4 o'clock games. There are 1 o'clock, 4:25, Sunday night, Monday night doubleheader.
Have you ever lost hope in your team? Do you want me to put in parentheses, meaning you'd quit watching them?
Yes. As a sport, yes. I like that question. Exactly, Seminoles. We talked about it. It's actually the impetus to the question.
Do you think it needs anything other than have you ever lost hope in your team?
No.
All right.
You could put in parenthesis, means you stop watching. But you could also leave it without it. No, Canada Relief, I understand. 21 years ago. I've had 3 winning seasons since. 4, actually, I believe, technically. But with the way that they're running the team now, a year removed from being a playoff team.
The guy in the food questions threw a little shot at you. How many McRibs will David eat before Christmas?
That's funny. The answer
over under 5.5. And I said, David doesn't do the McRib. And he had Quarter Pounder versus Whopper. I put Quarter Pounder. And he had KFC versus Popeyes. I put Popeyes. He came back with, wow, unbelievable, based on you not meeting the McRib.
ever. You could tell him the over-under is a half, and you're going under. It's awful. Horrendous. I'd starve.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Bud Elliott to talk all things college football at the top of the hour. Seth Everett, Chris Perkins to also join Miller and Moulton on this hump day. 2 weeks away from Big Fella's yearly appearance. 3 weeks away from 2025. Miller and Moulton coming at you on the Floormeisters studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. So the Marlins have kind of sent us off today. All right. And you're like, what? Well, they traded away a interesting player, a occasionally entertaining player. I
A
mean,
pretty solid bat.
yeah, 63 homers the last 2 years. He's 28 years old. He's under contract for 4 more years before he costs big money. I mean, corner infielder, DH. I mean, really? You're trading him away? Not for top prospects either? I mean, come on. Who am I going to watch? Here's another reason why I may lose hope. And I've never lost hope as a sports fan, Mark. And my teams, I mean, whew.
No, you and I can relate to one another. Growing up, the teams I rooted for were bad.
Yep.
Growing up, the teams you rooted for were bad.
Yep.
Create some thick skin as a sports fan.
You and I have won very few championships as a sports fan. You've got one World Series from the Tigers. I basically only have one for the Mets. I was 3 when they won in 69. I don't have any memories of that. So you and I have won one World Series.
Yeah, but I've won a bunch of NBA and a bunch of NHL titles.
You have. And I've won an NBA. I've won one Stanley Cup. Now, my football team owes me nothing. 5 trips to the big game, 4 wins. I mean, they're playing with house money the rest of my life. That's why I'm not taking, they're terrible right now. They got a lot of equity built up. What?
With you, not with the rest of the Giant fan base. That's for certain.
No, that's true. But with me, they're still burning off fat. They're good. They get a few more tough winners. They'll still be fine with me. But if I was a Marlins fan, I think I'm done. Because here's the other reality. Let's just say, they're tearing this sucker down. Well, guess what's next to be torn down? All this pitching that they have. Mark, have you seen what pitchers are getting paid?
Oh, yeah.
Luis Severino has 1 good year out of 4. He just got 3 for 67. Nathan Eovaldi, good pitcher. He is. He's a good pitcher. And he's a really good October pitcher. Okay, he just got 3 for 75. He's in his 30s. Max Fried, best ERA in the National League over the last 5 years. He just got 27.25 a year for 8 years. He's 30.
These Marlins pitchers are all going to be hitting free agency at a lot younger age.
And they're going to be hitting free agency in about 3 years. So while they're building up their system and some bats are coming through the system and getting to the major leagues, they're going to be burning through all these innings with their pitchers who are one day closer to free agency. Look at what pitchers are getting paid. Seriously, Nathan Eovaldi, good pitcher, best day he's a number 2, probably a number 3 starter, 25 a year. Marlins are going to be able to afford to keep their pitching. Now, they got Alcantara signed to a long-term deal, but, the rest of them? Seriously, you're just killing time till you're trading them because they can't afford to keep them. So when are they going to be good again? Right when the bats are ready to be good, they got to trade away their pitching. So now the bats are good, the pitching's not good enough, and you take a couple years to restock the pitching, and now the bats are about ready to go free agency. Well, we can't afford them. We got to trade them. Tell me when they're going to be good.
Hard to envision them being good before 2030. It really is.
I'm trying to think, when are they ever going to be good again?
I understand. But in theory, what you talked about, maybe they pay for some of the pitching to stay as the bats are coming up. What I'd love to know is if there's what the plan is. This is when you want one of those team town halls, Dave, and you want to raise your hand and say, can you just give me what the 3 and 5 year plan is for your team?
And by the way, in English, no, I need you to spell it out. Don't give me platitudes and no. Seriously, if everything goes well, what's the plan? Is it 2026? Is it 2027? And by the way, spell it out. I need names. You want me to keep paying? You want me to keep watching? No. I need specifics because the jersey ain't doing it for me anymore. The hat ain't working anymore. By the way, they just fired their TV play-by-play guy. It's unbelievable. They had worst thing Jeter ever did was get rid of Rich Waltz and Tommy Hutton. Okay, Marlins fans loved that broadcast team. Well, they just first off, they brought Tommy Hutton back after a few years, but they just established a play-by-play guy that the fan base liked. And now they got rid of him. And we've said this. Listen, the announcers aren't important when you're good. The announcers are important when you're bad.
They're critical when you're bad. They're the one keeping you interested in the team.
I mean, I would have a really hard time if my kid came to me now and said, Dad, okay, I don't know if I can root for the Marlins anymore. I don't think I'd fight him or her. I don't. I think I'd say, I get it. Because I can't. Can you sell their future?
No.
Sell it.
That's
all the salespeople out there, all the sports fans out there. Sell it. Sell it.
David has lost hope in the Marlins. We're asking you today, as a sports fan, have you ever lost hope in your team? Basically meaning you've stopped watching.
Yeah. You're like, well, there's no reason to waste my time over this anymore. Not that they're bad. Not that they're bad and you're going to sit a year out. Like a lot of Giants fans aren't going to, and Jets fans are done watching the team. I can't watch anymore this year. I get that. Spend some time with your family. Go out. Do things. I get that. They're not worth watching. But you're not done being a fan. You're like, well, in both cases, we'll go get new quarterbacks. Hell, in both cases, you might get new coaches and GMs. We can turn this sucker around. Sell it. If they had a town hall and you were part of organizations and you would do these meet and greet town halls, and the funny thing is you guys were winning. You didn't even have to do them. Okay, but you're right. The Marlins need to do one of these. I would just say, sell it. Sell me. I'd walk in, I'd have my checkbook and I'd have the season ticket application and I'd put it right in front of them and I'd say, sell me. Sell me. If you're good, I'll do the deposit right now, right in front of you. Sell me.
And they have been bottom 2 or 3 in attendance for the last however many years. That's not going to change coming up to this year. I mean, they got a shot to outdraw the Rays because the Rays are playing in an 11,000 seat stadium.
And let me tell you, I think it may be close. If they don't lie about the attendance, I think it could be close.
If they're doing actual butts and seats, it'll be really close.
Mm-hmm. Now, my guess is those 6 or 7 Mets games and those 6 or 7 Phillies games and Braves games, those 20 home games might beat the Rays.
No, they'll beat them, but it'll be by an embarrassing number given the fact of the size of the particular stadiums that the two teams are playing in.
But I really think I've lost hope. There are not many franchises that I have ever been able to say that about. I think if I'm a Marlins fan, I'm done.
Have you ever lost hope in your team? It's our poll question today. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote. Have you lost faith, lost hope in your team?
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers,
Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know what? A pet peeve of mine in the last month. Thanks for asking. All of these things that I'm signed up for, I want to be able to click on it and I keep having to log in every time. It's like, don't you have my information? Like right now, I'm trying to read something, an ESPN Insider. I've been an ESPN Insider for 20 years. Okay. And now I got to log in. Then I log in and they're like, well, we got to send you a 6-digit code and you got to type this in just to verify your email address. What the blank? It's been the same email address for 15 years. Give me my damn article.
It happens. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm sick of it. And you said you've sent the code to my email address. Well, guess what? It's been 3 minutes. I don't have no code. Don't have no stinking code.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. That's when Bud Elliott joins us, talking all things college football. By the way, if you could change one thing about the college football playoff system right now, one thing. We've gone through this regular season. We've selected the 12. We've seeded them, buys, the whole thing. Mark, you got one change for next year. One change. What would it be?
Reseed after every round.
Okay. Now, I just need you to clarify, though, because they rank them, but then they seed them, and the seedings are different. So, are we doing
just the best team plays the worst team? If you're Oregon, you're guaranteed the worst seed in the next round, not the winner of a game.
But you know what I'm getting at here, because in theory, because in the second round, we've got a case where we've got Boise State and Arizona State who are sitting out the first round. But by ranking, those two teams, how were they ranked by the committee again? Were they 9 and?
I guess by seeding, because they're seeded 3 and 4.
Right.
So I would do it by seeding, not by ranking.
Okay.
We're going to keep the seeding. I'm fine with them rewarding conference champions. I don't want to see the 4 buys go to the 4 best teams. Why should the SEC and Big Ten get 4 buys every year?
And I'm not busting your chops, okay? But I just want, I agree with you. In theory, I think Oregon should face the team that we deem to be the weakest team available, who's left with 8 to play. But you know what I'm getting at here. Boise State and Arizona State are going to be 2 of the 8 available in the quarterfinals because they have buys. Yet by seeding, they're 3 and 4. But by ranking, they'd probably be 6, 7, or 8.
I would do it by seeding.
Okay.
If you're seeded 3, you remain seeded 3. That's
Gotcha.
similar to the NFL. You can be the 4 seed, like where the Bucks are right now, but they are not going to have the 4th best record.
No, in fact,
they're the 4th seed.
In fact, they might have the 7th best record.
Correct.
Of the playoff teams, right? So in theory, they're the weakest team, though, in the NFC playoffs. But they would not play Detroit, say, right now. Detroit's the 1. Because obviously, if the 5 seed wins, they beat Tampa. But let's just say the Packers as a 6 beat Seattle. I mean, in theory, Detroit could get Green Bay in the division round, and Philly could get Tampa.
Correct.
And we could all look around and go, I think Philly got the better draw. Who would you rather play, Tampa or Green Bay? I think most people would say Tampa. So, but you want to go with the NFL system?
I do.
Okay. And I'm fine with that.
And it's very similar in that the 3 and 4 seeds aren't always the 3rd and 4th best teams in that conference. Sometimes wild cards, particularly you look at this year. I mean, Minnesota is going to end up with the 3rd best record in the NFC at worst.
Yes.
I mean, they still could be the 1. They still could win the division. Viking fan, I am not disparaging you. I don't need texts and calls, and you know who I'm talking to. But we know that the 5 seed is going to have a better record than the 3 and 4 seeds.
Right. And that's why, are we going by seeding or going by ranking?
By seeding.
Okay. Okay.
I like rewarding a conference champion with a home game. I don't think we should be rewarding teams who lost conference championships or who lost a couple of games and give them. I mean, I think it's absurd that Ohio State's getting a home game.
I think we both do. We both thought that their performance against Michigan should have cost them a home game. Absolutely. But when you do it by seeding, you do, in theory, have some wild card teams that are better than division champions, or in college's case, conference champions. just like a lot of people think the team with the best draw is, if not Texas, it's Penn State.
Penn State.
Penn State gets SMU at home, and then they play Boise in Arizona. And oh, by the way, then they could face Georgia with a second or third string quarterback also in the semis. I mean, a lot of people think Penn State, James Franklin needs to do some damage. If he can't do damage with this draw and this team, which I think is his best team, by the way. I think it's better than the 2016 team that won the Big Ten. I think it's even better than Saquon's last team, and they lost a couple of heartbreakers that year to miss out on the playoffs. But I think this is his best team. They need to get to the semis, or I think Penn State people are going to be like, well, come on, if we couldn't get through SMU and Boise, are we ever going to get through?
That's where I want the upset to come. I want to see SMU get Penn State.
Oh my goodness.
I really do.
Oh my.
Well, I have no loyalty to the Big Ten or the SEC. I've never been there.
I know.
For my team. I want the Mustangs to get them in Happy Valley. That would be something. And then we'd get an SMU Boise quarterfinal game.
Yes, we would. Yes, we would. That'd be like when the bracket blows up and you end up with, instead of the 4 and the 5 playing in the second round, you end up with the 12 and the 13 who are playing, and one of them's going to the Sweet 16. And you're like, I'll be damned, this is cool. Hey, I saw something this morning, and it's kind of like, when you see your first leaf that's changed color sometime in September, and you go, oh, look at that. That leaf is yellow. Okay, it's starting. I saw my first mock draft this morning. Yeah, I did.
I've seen headlines, David, but I've been afraid to click on them.
Oh, me too. I took the plunge.
A lot of D tackles on that mock draft, weren't there?
Let me tell you something. This is after the first 3 picks. If this draft is going to be some combination of Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter right off the top, after that, you need to be a goober. This draft becomes a lot of offensive tackles and edge rushers for a while. But Genty, the running back from Boise State, goes to the Cowboys in the mock draft that I had. The Giants, by the way, were on the clock in the mock draft. They took Sanders, and the Raiders took Cam Ward. Travis Hunter went to the Patriots third.
Boy, I'd love to sit there third and get Travis Hunter.
And that's pretty good number 3. Yep.
Because I don't know if either of these quarterbacks are going to turn out. I like Sanders more than I like Ward as an NFL quarterback. He throws an incredibly catchable ball.
By the way, Dolphins in this mock draft took Malachi Starks. Just for the record. Going back to look. Jacksonville, by the way, ends up taking Will Johnson, which I'd be a little worried about. He missed almost this whole year injured. Cornerback out of Michigan. I don't know if that's sexy enough.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
David has gone down a rabbit hole, folks.
Yep.
You're witnessing it right now.
Yep.
I got to bring him back in. I don't know what to do it with it. I got to put a quarter pounder on a stick and chase him around right now.
Tyler Warren, the tight end Penn State, goes, hold on, this is for you. This is for you. Tyler Warren goes to your Chargers. Just saying. Herbert gets Warren.
He's going to be a force.
He's not.
How do you think he plays on Sunday?
I think he plays okay. I don't think he plays great. He's not fast. He's not fast. This isn't Bowers. He's more physical, but he's not Bowers.
But does he have that? You don't have to be fast as a tight end.
No.
You have to be able to make a move.
Yep.
And elude someone.
Yep. I can go old school here. He reminds me of like Dave Casper. Okay. Russ Francis, Ozzie Newsome, they were faster. Casper just always seemed to get open. Now that's dating me, I know. But, he's like Mark Bavaro is when I look at Tyler Warren.
So impressive on Saturdays. It'll be interesting to see what he does on Sundays.
Yep. But at the next level, they'll have guys who can run with him, is what I'm saying. Now, he's physical, though. So, don't get me wrong. I think he'll be a very productive player. But, I'm curious if he'll be as good as Kittle. To me, that's the bar I would set. I'd look at Tyler Warren and go, you know what? I don't think you'll be as good as him. Prove me wrong.
Interesting comp because Kittle's such a great blocker, and we know this guy can.
Right.
He's going to be able to chip and go out. He's going to be able to stay in and block. He's going to be able to do a lot of things.
Yep.
As a true tight end.
Exactly. He'll be an every down tight end. Exactly. But I come on, I had to do that to you. I knew you'd come after me when I went mock draft, so I had to have something up my sleeve. Come on. Your Chargers. And you're back having a full-fledged affair. I mean, you're cheating right in front of your wife with the Chargers. I mean, it's bad.
I thought about the first time I became a Chargers fan. And it was when the Lions, the Silver Rush, when they wrote the silly song that Gary's got his line in the song.
Right.
Was another one Bites the Dust, their version of it or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And that year, the Lions started out 5-0, and everybody was all into the Lions.
Right.
Oh, and I remember calling, what should the Lions do? And I remember calling a show as a fifth grader.
Oh,
saying,
wow.
Trade the whole offense for the Chargers offense. And the guy mocked me, and I'm like, really? Really? They score on every drive, and you don't want Chuck Muncie fumbles. We've got Billy Sims. Great. They've got Jefferson and Lofton.
And Fouts.
And Winslow.
But true story, and Gary told it on this show. He actually said it during the broadcast this year also. He said, Brad, it reminds me of we and the Lions were playing the Chargers, and I had to, before the game, the coach said, hey, why don't you say something? I turned to the guys, and I said, guys, we're in trouble. They got Fouts, and you've got me. So we got to play really well.
That's when my Chargers love affair began. Because I've never had the Lions gene.
I know.
I'm rooting for them. I like the fact that they're doing great. Would love to see them win. I have so many friends that are diehard Lions fans. From my late father, I would love to see them win a Super Bowl. My mom's all in. I have friends that are all in. I'm in.
No, that's a fan base in which you'd see grown adults crying.
Oh, yeah.
If they were to win. Yeah. Absolutely. Bills, Browns, Lions. Yeah, that's people crying in the streets. If they can win the last game. Absolutely. Would love to see it. But I just had to wet your whistle there. I went a little dirty. I went mock draft. And so I had to give you a little something. And don't laugh. You'll be thinking about it today. You'll have a moment. You'll be standing on a tee, waiting to hit a tee shot, and you'll be hitting last. Okay, and all of a sudden you'll just start dreaming, and you'll start dreaming about Herbert throwing to Tyler Warren. Don't kid yourself. You will. I got you.
Big target. Got McConkey.
See?
You'd throw a tight end in there, pick up a wide receiver, 2 in the free agent market.
You could always draft a running back. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Running back, they're fine.
No, they're not. No, they need another running back. Dobbins is hurt. Can't count on him. The other guy they have is not a 1. No, you need to spend a 3rd-round pick on a running back. He'll draft one of his Michigan guys.
Miller and Moulton. David is down with the mock drafts. We've got a poll question up again. It's, as a sports fan, have you ever lost hope in your team? Right now, it's split 50-50. A lot more people have lost hope out there than you, David. Sports fans, a fickle bunch.
I did say I've never lost hope, but if I was a Marlins fan, the answer would be yes. I think they've broken me.
And you are a closet Marlin fan. Even though it's in the same division as your Mets, you've always liked the Marlins.
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
Like the ballpark.
Yeah, I've liked their announcers. I've liked their ballpark. I like their colors. You know, I respect the fact they've come to New York and ruined the Mets season twice. I mean, really good teams, and they kept them out of the playoffs. I've always liked them. Rooted for them against the Yankees in the World Series in 2003. Yeah. And they have no hope. That franchise is done. That franchise could relocate. It's over.
Don't see how anybody's going to go to any games this year with what type of team they're going to put on the field.
Sad.
The 8 o'clock hour upcoming. Bud Elliott and Seth Everett to join us. Bud Elliott here on the other side. Seth at the bottom of the hour. Miller and Moulton. Chris Perkins in the bonus hour right here. Thanks for listening.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
This Christmas season, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District offer the lowest prices anywhere on GIA certified diamonds and beautiful diamond jewelry, pre-owned Rolex watches, estate jewelry, and colored gemstone jewelry. Plus, receive 23% off all diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets. Come see why more people will unwrap gifts from the Diamond District this Christmas than any other jeweler in Southwest Florida. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you see, by the way, that Taylor Swift handed out to everyone associated with the tour? The roadies and the support people, the backups, performers, what have you. She handed out $175 million in bonuses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Think that tour made any money?
I understand that, but come on now. That's
No,
pretty good.
No, David, you can't. I'm not knocking her with that statement. I'm just on top of which. Think that tour made any money?
Exactly. Well, when did it start? March of 23. Now I know it wasn't continuous, but it was pretty active though.
Where's Bud?
I don't know.
I know I sent links.
Oh, there he is.
There's Bud.
I had hit the link and I forgot to hit Inner Studio. I was like, what the heck?
How are you?
Not bad, man. Not bad. Just feel like we're in a somewhat slow-ish week, and then obviously we'll be not with the portal, but
Well, you guys did what, 6 and 7 hour live shows, commercial free? I mean,
that was a lot, man. It was and I got to do a lot of hosting too, not just the analyst chair. So that was cool. That's hard.
It's different, isn't it?
It is, and it made me really thankful that I do go on the road in the off season to see a lot of these kids, because otherwise it's like you're really flying blind when you're talking to them and talking about them.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And 12 intense minutes with Bud Elliott, he of CBS Sports, 24/7 Sports, Cover 3 Podcast, Nolecast. Follow him on X, Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, and the number 3, Bud Elliott 3. Good morning. How are you? By the way, have you gone to bed? You guys did 6 and 7 hour live shows back to back, commercial free. Have you slept?
I have. Yeah, I actually had yesterday mostly off, so that was that was nice to be able to take the Tuesday off. Look, this is our season, right? This is what people come to us for. 24/7 Sports, recruiting, transfer portal and conference championships were great on CBS, so it was a lot of fun.
Well, before we get to the playoff and all that, just your thoughts on the big guys who have left in the portal. What are the big targets in the portal? Every year we got a couple of guys that are going to change a team. Cam Ward changed a team. Who's out there in the portal that could change a team right now, Bud?
I don't know that there is a Cam Ward out there right now. There are some interesting defensive line. Jaheim Otis, obviously from Alabama, if he can kind of get it back together. He had kind of a real kind of down year this year. James Williams from Nebraska is a guy who I know Florida State fans will want to be tracking pretty heavily, hint, given that FSU basically just took Nebraska's staff there. So that's a guy, and there's a lot of playing time to be had in Tallahassee. Eric Rivers is a receiver. If you guys watch a lot of Conference USA football, and obviously we excuse you if you don't, but FIU, Eric Rivers, the receiver, is going to be a guy who's very highly coveted. He was elite for the Panthers this year. I think Patrick Kudus, the center from Arkansas, was a very underrated player for them. And when he was out of the lineup, there was a meaningful difference with Arkansas. But we don't have that Cam Ward level quarterback so far this year. I don't think. We'll see. Like, could a Quinn Ewers jump in? I know that's something that a lot of people in the industry think is pretty possible following the playoffs. But right now, obviously, he's quarterbacking the Texas Longhorns. So.
Yeah, at least until they're trailing in the third quarter, if they are at home, because at that point they'll turn to Arch and they'll never look back. All right, quickly, by the way, can it's crazy that, we're still having what we're having, bowls and playoff games and the portal's underway and guys are leaving. Okay, but can it be changed? Because I'm guessing the reason the portal is now is that the NCAA is thinking, well, guys need to leave after finals and register for their next school before class begins. And if we wait until the season's over and do the portal then, a lot of semesters will already have begun elsewhere.
Totally agree with you on that. The other thing is I think these coaches kind of wanted to take back, like, at least if you weren't playing in a later bowl, if you weren't playing in the playoff, I think they wanted to take back some semblance of Christmas with their families. And I sympathize with that, right? Like, that's a really weird schedule if you have the portal stretching open, for a month at a time. And there's one thing to be chasing certain targets, but to constantly have to play defense on your roster as well during that time. That was a complaint we had heard a lot from coaches in the past. So I think part of it, too, is just like, hey, everybody in the sport doesn't really want to be doing that over Christmas break. So shortening up the window a little bit is why, at least in my opinion, why they did that.
What's a realistic budget? The top teams, we know Ohio State spent $20 million this year, supposedly. What's a realistic budget to compete? Ohio State seemed to outspend everybody, but what's a realistic number that teams have to spend if they're going to really compete?
So are we counting the house settlement money, or are we asking only for money on top of it?
Money on top of it.
Yeah.
All right. If you want to compete like for a natty, I think you need to be coming up with the full house settlement, which is going to be like 18-ish, plus probably 10 in donor money, I would say.
You need
I would say
hold on. You need $28 million for player salaries.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I think Oregon, Texas, probably Tennessee in the last year of Nico they'll clear 30 easily. So yeah, I mean, think about what you're spending on these coaching staffs. And
okay. I think that's different. Okay. I mean, I think Mark was just asking on players.
No, right. No, I'm saying, like, in comparison to what you spend on your coaching staff, how outrageous, like shouldn't your player salary like be like 3 or 4 or 5x what you spend on your coaching staff?
Well, I mean,
like, the one's a lot more important than the other.
I'd agree, although, the coaching staff is picking the players too. It's not just a coaching staff, it's also a front office.
That's because I asked that because this whole Belichick to North Carolina thing, whether or not it happens, someone's telling Bill what type of money they're going to spend at North Carolina, or he's not. To me, he wouldn't be interested. And I don't know if they're going to switch from being a basketball school to a football school, but they have money in Chapel Hill. They have lots of money. It's whether or not they want to give it to the football program.
Look, I think you'd be kind of crazy to say, like, Belichick's a bad hire for Carolina, because he obviously seems to be down with all the work that it takes, or at least is saying that he's down. But, like, if I'm Carolina, can we please just make a hire of a guy who we know is in his prime, most likely, who has won at the college level in, like, very recent memory? Like, not a retread, not something weird, not go get somebody from the NFL. Like, I would just go get John Summerall and say, hey, we're actually going to pay, like, money to players and like do a good job here, and not make football like the clear B to basketball's A. We'll make it more like a 1B to a 1A, which I think would be a real step up from them. Belichick, I mean, look, the guy is an amazing coach. 6 Super Bowl rings. If he still has his heart in it and is willing to put the effort in, you probably can't turn him down. But part of me says, like, Carolina, when's the last time you guys made like a real inspired, good hire of somebody who has had, like, recent success and is not like Mac Brown was clearly on the backside of his career. To me, that was not a great hire. But he got the donors involved,
right? Now UCF just went down the Scott Frost well. There's word that West Virginia is seriously considering going down the Rich Rod well again. Okay, are you for or against those moves?
What is UCF paying Scott Frost?
Don't know.
So it's a 5-year deal. I am curious to see, like, Scott Frost did not have a lot of leverage. I don't think he had a lot of bites, right, in the job market. He tried to get on as like an OC the past few years at different places. When you look at this, I wonder if they didn't go cheap here in order to pay more to the players, right? Like, that's something that is interesting to me. Same thing with Rich Rod. Like, how many jobs is Rich Rod really going to get? Those guys don't have that much leverage if they can get back to that P5 job. Malzahn was making 5.5. Like, would it shock you if Frost was making like 3.75 or something like that?
No.
That's not a terrible move. If you think you got a guy who can win there, but you know you kind of have him leverage wise, offer less. Say we're gonna spend more money on players. See what happens.
He's Bud Elliott. Sorry, 24/7 CBS. No Cast, Cover 3 podcast. Follow him on X, Bud Elliott, 2 L's, 2 T's, and the number 3.
It sounds right. It's crazy when we hear it. You got to spend 5x on your players than you do on your coaching staff, but it is the right method. And that's why, our poll question today, have you ever lost hope in your team? And I wonder how many people have lost hope in their college football team, because under these circumstances, there are just so many teams that, Indiana pulled off a remarkable season. They deserve all the credit in the world for what they accomplished. Will we ever see Indiana in our lifetime in the playoff again? I don't know.
Oh, I think so. Well, maybe not Indiana specifically, but I think this system gives so much more hope to people. I mean, think about the fan bases who had legitimate hope and interest in their team on the national scale in the final month. When's the last time South Carolina had that? Right? I can't recall. That team that lost to Cam Newton in the SEC title game, that was like a 3-loss team, wasn't it? So they weren't going to go to the playoff anyway.
Right. You got to go back 2010, 2011 with Spurrier, the last time they were nationally top 10 relevant.
Right. So I think what is going to shock people is how much more the talent is going to spread out in this sport. I mean, there are just I think it's going to be very hard to keep good depth around. And that means just more teams have good players. Everybody has money to spend now due to house. The difference between 1 million and 5 million is a lot bigger than the difference between 28 and 33.
Your thoughts on the changes that Norvell has made to the Florida State coaching staff? For what it's worth, Miller and Moulton not crazy about Gus as OC.
Defensively, they killed it. I am shocked that they were able to get Tony White. But you kind of got to like who you're working with, and maybe it says something that they were able to get 3 of those coaches from Nebraska. That's a much better hire than I thought they could make off a 2-10 season with Norvell, pretty clearly on the hot seat. Offensively, I don't love it. I do understand that with the personnel on the roster, if you're trying to save your job, it probably makes sense to run some sort of spread option attack because they really like the backs. They like the run blocking capability of this offensive line. I know what the number said this year, but I think they're closer to being a good run blocking O-line than they are a pass blocking O-line. And receiver is not a strength on this team at all right now. So I don't think that it's logical or reasonable for them to run an attack where, hey, we're going to have to go get 2 really good receivers out of the portal, 2 offensive tackles who are good at pass blocking, and then also rely on a really young quarterback to become, that guy as a passer if you're trying to save your job and win this year. So I understand the fit. Long term, I don't really love it. No, Luke Kromenhoek yesterday, their promising quarterback who they just signed the prior year, he decided to hit the portal. And, if I'm a quarterback thinking about pro development, I'm probably not thinking Gus Malzahn. But Mike Norvell, why do you care about 26? Your job is to not get fired after 25.
My final question for you, Bud, is that the playoff, they set the playoff. If you could make one change to the playoff, what would your change be looking at what's happened and how it's come out year one?
I don't hate the 14 idea. I know that sounds crazy, but do we really need 4 buys? Are there 4 teams that have differentiated themselves so much from the buys? Now, you might say, sure, but that would kill the other conference championship games. I'm fine with that. I would actually like to see everything moved up a weekend so we're not fighting the NFL, so deep into the season. But if you want to keep that and you don't want to go to 14, I think you should have to be in the top 6 of the committee rankings or maybe the top 8 to get that first round bye. I think if you're 9, 10, 11, 12 or 13, 14, 15, you should get the auto bid, but not the auto buy. I think the buy needs to be earned a little bit more throughout the course of the season, not just on one weekend.
Tell you what, if they go 14 and keep the seeding the way it is, the Boise States of the world would host a game. All right.
That would be cool to see.
We would love to have seen a big boy have to go to Boise.
Oh my God.
It would have been awesome.
All these spreads for these playoffs are pretty, pretty short. Clemson's the biggest one. And you can't sit here and tell me today, Texas is going to pound Clemson.
No.
Are they that trustworthy? No. So, I mean, we're about to have a lot of really good games that with the talent spreading out in the sport so much, the 12 team could not have come at a better time.
No question. He's Bud Elliott, very busy. CBS Sports, 24/7 Sports, Noel Cass, Cover 3 podcast. Follow him on X, Bud Elliott, two L's, two T's, Bud Elliott 3, Bud Elliott 3. Bud, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it. We'll talk next week here on Miller and Moulton.
Jordan, guys.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
This Christmas season, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District offer the lowest prices anywhere on GIA certified diamonds and beautiful diamond jewelry, pre-owned Rolex watches, estate jewelry, and colored gemstone jewelry. Plus, receive 23% off all diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets. Come see why more people will unwrap gifts from the Diamond District this Christmas than any other jeweler in Southwest Florida. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Axe. I didn't see the video. I didn't watch the video. I read the little clip, read the story, if you will. That is holding a grudge, though.
Favre released a very nice thing on X, a thread. He was very, nice towards Gastineau and says he understands. And
I don't think that the Everblades have a strong rivalry with anybody. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I went regularly. The Everblades are just always considered one of the best teams in the league, so everybody hates them.
What's that? I don't know. It was Riggs. I think Favre gave it to him.
No, the Everblades are a minor league hockey team.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett to join us in about 15 minutes' time. Chris Perkins at the top of the Diamond District bonus hour to talk Dolphins. Bud Elliott just joined us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, American Paint Supplies. So, do you think the college fan who is different from the pro fan is ready to embrace their sport becoming like pro sports? And what I mean by that is more parity.
I didn't know if you meant more parity or it taking $30 million to build a team.
Well, I mean, it's true. Ohio State football and the Marlins will spend similar amounts on payroll going forward. Boom. I mean, pretty soon Juan Soto is going to have to finance a college football team. But something happened yesterday, which, I'm guessing outside of a few shows, it wasn't even brought up. But it's that time of the year, and the number one college basketball player in the country chose BYU. And what I mean by college basketball player, recruiting-wise, the number one high school player, I guess. Okay, he chose BYU. The schools that he chose BYU over. Now, one of them, by the way, was Alabama.
Who's turned it on and hoop?
Oh, yeah. Nate Oates, Final Four last year. What are they?
But that wasn't a fluke.
No,
that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that that was not a one-off.
No, they were number one in the country for large parts of last year. No. The SEC's got it going on. They've made a commitment to basketball, hired the coaches, spent the money. Oh, it's showing. Think about what the SEC has done recently. Tennessee's number one this year. Bama's been number one, gone to a Final Four. Auburn's gone to a Final Four.
Florida's a top 10 team right now. I mean, oh, yeah.
Right. Never mind if Kentucky becomes Kentucky again. Look out. But the other two teams that this, and forgive me, I think his name AJ is what he goes by. AJ DeBensa. Okay. I'm close. AJ DeBensa chose BYU over Alabama, North Carolina, and Kansas.
Right. BYU.
Correct. I mean, this is a high school kid choosing fill in the blank over Ohio State, Alabama,
Texas,
USC, Georgia.
Right.
Notre Dame?
And they decided to go to North Carolina for football.
Right, to go play with Belichick. Boom. But still, I mean, he went to BYU, and I don't know if he's Mormon or not. You know, man, obviously that'd be big. But also, I mean, BYU, by all accounts, they came up with the cash. I mean, at the end of the day, come on, money talks. We know that. Talks for us too. And I'm just curious, Mark, do you think going forward? I mean, how many more times do we think Alabama's going to miss the playoff the rest of this decade? I mean, the assumption was they'd never miss the playoff. Well, they already have. Hell, they missed the playoff when we went to 12. And we'll be at 14 soon. What do we have? 5 more years left in this decade? Okay. If I put the over-under at 4.5, number of playoff appearances for Alabama, where are you going? Because I'll go under.
I'd probably go under.
3.5?
Then I might go over.
Okay.
But I think with what that conference is spending, what they'll continue to spend with the emergence of Texas, Tennessee, Ole Miss, Florida, and obviously the Dogs aren't going anywhere anytime soon.
Now, what I think college football is still going to keep, Mark, is that we have the Rolls-Royce programs, if you will. You know, I know blue bloods is kind of a basketball term, but the football blue bloods, if you will. We still expect Alabama to be near the top, Ohio State to be near the top. You know, we don't think they're going to have a Nebraska, Miami like fall. Could happen, I guess. It's just really difficult for us to see. We think Texas is back and they'll stay. But I wonder if in college basketball, which already its popularity before the tournament is hurting, can they afford parity? Or do they need Kansas and Carolina and Duke and whoever else you want to put on the list to be those teams and never slip?
It always makes the tournament more strong from a rating standpoint when the elite teams are really good. When the Blue Bloods are controlling the tournament, the numbers reflect substantially in favor of that.
They do.
It's not close. As cool as it was to see FAU to go to the Final Four, that doesn't do anything. In San Diego State, it was great. It was fun to see. From a rating standpoint, it's a disaster.
Right. FAU, San Diego State in the national semis is a, oh boy. Even though it was a terrific game.
And in college basketball, it seems if BYU can go out and get the number one player, that you can go out and buy a team a lot more quickly in hoop than you can in football.
Need a lot less guys.
Right. I mean, you need, what, 2 to change everything?
Yeah, and if you get 3.
Oh, yeah. So I think you're onto something from the tournament, but I don't know from a regular season standpoint if it even matters because we don't watch.
And it's a shame because I have to admit, I think the sport's getting better. I think the last couple of years, the sport's getting better. I think they're trying offensively to open things up a little bit more, and yet they're not coming down and just chucking nothing but threes, which is an NBA game these days.
Well, I think it's because you've lost some of these old school coaches that preach defense, 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 and the guys who are coming up do have a different way of playing the game.
But, we were talking recruiting and obviously football with Bud a little bit there. We were talking about how much money it takes to compete. Well, just noteworthy that yesterday, the guy that was considered the whale, the number one, basketball recruit chose BYU?
Mostly for the, fun campus life that you have there.
There's no doubt. Nightlife in Salt Lake, baby. Absolutely.
Picking 1 year to go somewhere and you pick Salt Lake.
I have to admit, though, it looks beautiful. I've never been.
It is a gorgeous city. Very incredibly clean. As you would probably imagine. But Naples looks at Salt Lake and says, boy, you go to bed early.
So, in other words, if you go in for a late dinner, they're like, well, we're only open another 45 minutes.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, our poll question. Have you ever lost hope? I mean, just you've lost hope. You've given up. You don't think your team will ever be good again.
53% of the audience have lost hope, David. You're on the wrong side again of a poll question.
Unbelievable.
And you thought for sure you'd win this one.
I know, and I thought it was a good question, too. And I'd win. Instead, it's a good question, and I'm losing again.
Takes these things personally. Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett coming up on the other side. Thanks so much for listening. Download any of the show that you can at millerandmoulton.com.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller & Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller & Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning.
Good morning. I thought the window looked cool because it's like overcast, so you could like see outside.
I do think it looks cool.
I think that looks cool.
Huh.
I don't know if I would do a podcast this way, but have some fun.
Lighting's okay. It's
Yeah,
also,
the lighting's okay. Not terrible.
it's not terrible. Not at all. It's a
Far
different
from
look.
terrible.
Nothing wrong with that. It does look like you're like 3-4 stories up, maybe
3.
even more.
Yep, 3.
Okay.
There's a terrace behind me that eventually will have chairs and stuff.
So enough room to actually use?
Oh yeah. It's a legit terrace. If you see, you kind of see behind me, like on the other side.
No, we can.
So, but it's December, so there's really nothing to put there.
No, we get it.
No,
we know it's a May through September thing. No, we got it.
Yeah, maybe March. There's a fire pit. You can't see it, but right underneath there's a fire pit, and no one goes there because it's freezing.
Hence the fire pit.
I
But
know. I know. Are you putting your coat on to go outside to sit by a fire? I don't know. I can't decide.
I just have to answer this. Irish football, obviously, we know that BYU is not in Salt Lake, but they're only, I mean, if you're on campus, it's 45 minutes away. I mean, you'd go to Salt Lake to quote party.
The greatest
Provo.
The greatest BYU, the greatest NIL deal ever.
Yesterday, right?
Manischewitz.
Oh, yeah. Right. The Jewish quarterback
Jewish
signing with
quarterback
Manischewitz.
sponsored by Manischewitz. That's fantastic. My kids go, what's Manischewitz?
Don't worry about it. You'll love it.
Don't worry. It's fine.
The Twitch chat room says the background brings out your eyes.
Oh, hey. Hi. That's a fun chat room.
Or bored. One or the other.
It'll be fun. What is it, next week? No, 2 weeks.
Yes.
We got to announce it?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yay. Oh, boy.
Did you go to the game last night?
No, my kid had a strep throat.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I've had that.
She's still home?
No, today she went back to school.
So you figured you'd get everyone else sick too?
Yes.
Okay.
Amoxicillin, man. It's a wonderful thing. But yeah, we didn't go to the game. That sucked. They played so well. And the goalie for Toronto is from New Jersey.
Mm-hmm. What do you make, like 34 saves, something like that?
But I got a new TV. Oh, do we have time?
We got about 20 seconds.
I got a new TV, and the ESPN app does picture-in-picture. So on a new TV, I watched the Devils and Syracuse at the same time. It was fantastic.
Look at you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And we've got another guy joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. He's Seth Everett, Sports with Friends Hall of Justice, and he's added another job. We'll talk about it shortly.
Oh.
Follow him on X at Seth_Everett, Seth_Everett. Hey, answer our poll question and answer it honestly. No shtick. All right? Just so our poll question is, and it's inspired by the Marlins. Have you ever lost hope in which you've given up on one of your teams? And I don't mean temporarily. I mean, when you lose hope, you go, you know what? I think I'm out.
Well, yes. When I was a kid, I was never a big NBA fan. I'm still not. But when I was a kid, because I was a Devils fan, I became a New Jersey Nets fan.
Right.
And the Nets had a year where they had 4 guys on their roster get suspended for like drug use. like recreational drug use, not PEDs. And I remember, like, I was so insulted. One of them was not Orlando Woolridge, but it was
Michael Ray Richardson, I think, was one of them.
Right, Michael Ray Richardson was one, and it was just one after the other, and I couldn't reconcile it. I was like 11, and I thought it was so stupid, and I just said, you know what? If one more guy goes down for Charles Shackelford was the deal breaker, and it was the one more, and I just said, you know what? If one more, I said, I'm done. I'm done with this team. And then I tried to watch the Miami Heat for 6 months because they were an expansion team, and my grandfather, who was suffering from ALS, loved them. He thought the Heat were the coolest thing in the world. That's Dave Wall, Ronnie Cycli.
Sure.
But the problem was, in the late 80s, you couldn't watch the games. It was impossible to get a Heat game. So I'm like literally following this team because of a blurb in the Asbury Park Press. And so, that's the time I gave up on my team. The New Jersey Nets were hopeless. And then when I got the gig at Fox Sports to cover the Jets and Giants, they asked me to cover the Nets in the NBA Finals. And I never felt like a connection whatsoever. I truly denounced them. And then when I worked for them for a year. I did their pre and post game, and even that was stupid. That was the year that they almost got Carmelo Anthony, and everything was in the Russian billionaire who I thought was the Russian Bruce Wayne. It was just bizarre. My relationship with the New Jersey Nets is one of those hopeless. That's what came to mind when I heard your question.
How hard was it to work for a team that you had lost hope in?
Well, it wasn't a team I despised. They were there, and what I thought was weird when I was offered the gig, it was for 2 years before they were going to move to Brooklyn, and they were like they wanted to do something very creative about how Brooklyn was going to take over the broadcast, and Brooklyn was going to be the thing, and it was kind of like a propaganda thing, and we were going to do halftime features about that. But then Carmelo Anthony rumors started, and every halftime was about Carmelo Anthony, and it was obnoxious. And eventually I saw an intern get told by now Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark to light Carmelo Anthony Nets jerseys on fire. They had to go out to the smokers pavilion, and they set fire to this box so there were no Carmelo Anthony jerseys.
Brett Yormark told an intern to do this?
I'm not testifying to this. That's what I was told.
A great story.
It's a great story.
That is. By the way, just sidebar, Mello actually has a great podcast. Okay, his Brooklyn. I think Brooklyn's in his podcast. Isn't that the name of it? Something Brooklyn?
I don't know.
Oh, anyway,
check it out.
He gets great guests.
Oh, good.
Okay, he had Woj on.
Oh, good.
Recently.
After?
It was a what?
After he left ESPN?
Yeah, he had him on last week.
Great.
Yeah, no, the stories they had were legendary.
I'll check it out.
Carmelo as a player is like, Woj, tell me how you thought this went down, because this is what we were saying. Okay. And they were like comparing stories and notes, and it was actually a tremendous podcast.
Very cool.
But Seth Everett joining us, speaking of tremendous podcasts. All right. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Hey, you've always said if we ever needed you, we could call. Well, we need you. Can we call?
I heard. I want to get that Juan Soto money.
Well, you've come to the wrong place.
If you want it in pennies instead of dollars, there's a chance, Seth.
Big sack. big sack of money.
Seth, you could appreciate this because, you have a fondness for this team, the Seattle Mariners, who have been, since they signed Robinson Cano and that didn't work out, they've been a little cheap lately. And so, people who follow the Mariners were since, what's the deal for Soto? It's 15 for 765. Well, people around the Pirates and the Mariners have said that they offered Juan Soto $15 million over 765 years. So that's kind of how Miller and Moulton would work.
Yeah.
We're a combination of the Mariners and the Pirates.
So, so I get to pontificate with Mr. Miller for how many hours? 4 hours?
4 hours, Seth.
Wow. Do I get to talk to Bud Elliott?
Well, let's see. You'll get to talk to David Sampson.
Oh, well, that's fun. I've had David Sampson on Sports with Friends.
Yeah, you'll get to talk with Pat Kirkman because you're filling in on Tuesdays.
Nice.
Okay, we
It's
could
2
jam.
Tuesdays.
We could jam a couple of Wednesday guests and move since we have Christmas and New Year's back to back on Wednesdays. We could move some of our Wednesday people up. I mean, Mark
You should move your 8:30 guest up,
right?
And then I could do a segment where I interview myself.
Well, we'll let Mark
be spectacular.
It would.
We'll do 2 boxes.
But yes, Seth is going to be filling in on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. David unable to do shows. David on Christmas Eve, I'm going to let him get back home before it's midnight from Green Bay.
He's a very nice man because I would not have gotten home before 9 o'clock at night.
And I just said, there's no way you're getting home at 9 o'clock at night on Christmas Eve. I can't do that to your family. And my initial thought was, who do we go to for a guest on Christmas Eve? And
Bud
where does
Elliott said
Christmas
no.
Eve not matter? Let's go to Seth Everett, our favorite Jewish guest.
Right. Okay. Let's see. It's
All
Christmas Eve.
inspired by your podcast.
The
What
two
is your
Jews
Christmas?
hanging out on Christmas? Which this year, Sports with Friends comes out on Wednesdays. So this year it's actually Christmas Day, but it's also the first day, excuse me, of Hanukkah. So that title is going to be 2 Jews hanging out on Christmas Day and Hanukkah.
So we're adding to it.
We're adding to it this year. Yeah, but my buddy Scott's ready to roll. That's going to be the podcast.
So in 2 weeks you'll have, and yes, and for the record, Mark, when I reached out to Seth, I said, listen, the show's 6 to 10, just tell us how many you can do. And he's like, no, man, I'm old. I'm up. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I said that's sleeping in compared to the shifts I have. It's no problem.
So we'll have some New Jersey Devil talk, a little Arsenal talk.
Yep. Some Q soups.
Right.
He'll be changing.
The bowl
jerseys.
game will be that Friday, so we'll talk Holiday Bowl. That'll be fun. Syracuse versus Washington State.
No, a lot of interest in that.
Is Kyle McCord going to play? Big drama. Big drama. And I can tell you, I'm going on a trip. I'm going on a vacation.
What's that?
I know, right? I think the first time I'm going, the first week in January, my beloved New Jersey Devils are going to Seattle, take on the Kraken, and I am going to go. And my buddy Softy, my Dave Mahler, my one of my best pals in Seattle, he just had this idea. He's like, "Why don't you come?" And it's before the semesters start, so I won't have the colleges. If I skip the podcast for a week, I can vominos, and I'm going to spend a week in Seattle.
Well, make sure you get your hands on some Kraken garb.
Yeah.
Merchandise.
I can't wait to see that arena. I can't wait. I just can't wait to walk around that arena. That place looks amazing.
Well, yeah. Plus, make sure you take a mental note because that's where the Sonics will be playing.
That's right.
In a few years.
That's right. And the owner of the Seattle Supersonicas celebrates Hanukkah. From the Adam Sandler song.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, the 2 podcasts that he delivers every week, with the exception of when he goes on vacation in Seattle. Your thoughts on we haven't, Juan Soto got paid.
Yeah.
Just your thoughts on the Mets outbidding the Yankees and what could be the first of many players the Mets outbid the Yankees for.
Could be. I mean, here's the macro perspective on it. Soto really was a mercenary. He literally was just going to take whoever was the highest bidder, and the AAV, the annual per salary and the signing bonus and everything. Okay, great. If Met fans are thrilled, that's wonderful. I will take a macro perspective and just say, in the 15 years, how many World Series are the Mets going to win? And in that same 15 years, how many World Series are the Yankees going to win? And I would say the Yankees still win more.
And I think the answer could be none for both, but
could be.
The reason that I would and I'm not just saying this as a Mets fan, the reason why I think it's different is the Mets have not been able to establish themselves as a consistently good franchise. All right. They've had, pockets. Their longest period of sustained success, they had an 8-year run from 84 through 91 where they finished first or second in then NL East for 8 consecutive years. That's the best stretch in franchise history. The Mets have only made the playoffs 10 out of 62 or 63 seasons.
Right.
So
is this going to be better than that?
Right. What the owner has said, and I know he said I'd love to win a World Series within my first 5 years, but what he's also said is that, listen, I've always felt this franchise should be the Dodgers or the Cardinals. It should be a consistently good franchise. Whether you win championships or not, I mean, hell, the Braves had an epic run. They won
and
one.
then that playoff setup is a crapshoot. So
right.
You can't predict a World Series.
Right. And so I think what this will help do, though, is accomplish the first goal. Can the Mets become one of the 3 or 4 best franchises in the National League on a consistent basis? Then let's
the expanded playoffs make the playoffs every year.
And then let's see what the heck happens. That's the first thing that franchise has to do, because it's never really done it.
Yeah.
The Cardinals have done it many times. The Braves did it for 30 years and are still doing it for 30 years. The Dodgers obviously have done it for 80. The Mets, the Mets haven't.
No, and look, he's a great player. I think that him not being in the same lineup with Aaron Judge, that hurts him.
Sure.
If the Yankees go sign Pete Alonso, that's interesting too. Look, it's a big deal. I've seen, in my years covering that sport, I have seen the Mets win December.
Yes. They're good at it, actually.
But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. They were one of the 3 teams. It's funny with Soto, because he was so transparent about he was going to the highest bidder. The only teams that were in the running for him were the only teams that have RSN deals. And there are a chunk of teams that just weren't even in the conversation. And that sucks. If Patrick Mahomes says he's leaving the Chiefs and he's going to be a free agent, every team has a shot at him. In a capped season, in a hard cap, every team has a chance. Right? If Connor McDavid says, I'm done with Edmonton, I'm leaving, somebody has a chance. That's the Pirates weren't even calling.
Oh,
they don't even have Juan Soto's number.
No, they don't. They couldn't afford his jersey number, let alone what the salary was.
That's right. They couldn't even afford what you guys are paying me for the 24th and 31st.
Remember, $15 million over 765 years. That's what they offered Juan Soto. All right, 30 seconds. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, go.
CBS Sports, Adam Zucker. He's a good guy for college football, college basketball, and I was his peer advisor, and I forgot. And we find that out in the podcast. It's very funny. I was his peer. He's 2 years younger than me. Dave Pash was my peer advisor. I was his. Hall of Justice is part 2, the 2-parter of Burt Ward, the original Robin from the Batman TV show with Adam West. Burt Ward back on the podcast for part 2 this week.
So that's at the same bat time.
Same bat time, same bat channel, which is going to end that podcast now every episode, I think.
That's fantastic.
It's so good. Oh, so good.
He's Seth Everett. We think he's so good. Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. And he'll be filling in on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. Okay, changing jerseys every hour.
Every hour, I'm going to have a different shirt.
On Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000
or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That's a good point, Pius. Come to think of it, I don't know if we could offer Seth $15 million over 765 years. If it's $54 a day.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And just like that, we get over the hump with the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Having trouble connecting with Chris Perkins right now. Maybe we'll do so, maybe we won't. All right, talk a little Dolphins with Chris if we, in fact, can connect. By the way, no Dr. Roto tomorrow. All right, he's got a situation. He has to take care of it. He will join us Friday. All right, so we'll miss out, what, Rams-Niners tomorrow?
Yeah. There'll be
All
some
right.
plays there.
Yeah.
If you have Puka, play him. If you have Cooper Kupp, play him.
Tell you what, it's tough to play another quarterback over Stafford, too. I mean,
Exactly.
you know, what did he have, like 330 with 2 touchdowns last week? I mean, something like that. He's playing really well. He hasn't thrown an interception in a while either. He's playing really well. It feels like the Niners have to win out.
It does, and their schedule's very difficult.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but they get the Rams on a short week, and they get them at home. And late in the season, that usually bodes well for the home teams.
They get the Lions at home late in the season with that banged-up defense.
They do on a Monday night also. So, yes, one of the reasons why I won't be on the next day. You know,
That's not the reason.
it's not the reason. It's one of the reasons. All right. But, so yeah, the Niners need to win out tomorrow night. They host the Rams. Another team that needs to win out is the team that Chris Perkins covers for a living for the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com, and that's the Dolphins, who did manage to beat the Jets, albeit it wasn't easy. And now they go to Houston. Follow Chris on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. Chris, it's David and Mark once again. Listen, I was following social media when the Jets took the fourth quarter lead. And I know you don't write stories and cover a team based on how fans are reacting during games, but let me tell you, when they were losing, Dolph fan was like, fire everybody, blow it up. If we can't beat the Jets, then you can get rid of everybody. I'm just curious, as that was unfolding, where you're thinking about what it is you're going to write, and are you thinking, oh, wow, I got to blow this sucker up?
You know, I try hard not to be that reactionary and that knee jerk. I try very hard to take a big picture approach. And if they would have lost that game, it would have been bad. It would have been perhaps the low point of the McDaniel era. But to me, if you were going to fire people, it wouldn't have been because of that game. It wouldn't be because of the outcome of this particular season. it would be just malfeasance over 3 years. Why weren't you better prepared with the backup quarterback situation? Why haven't you won a playoff game? Why can't you at least make the playoffs all 3 years? Why did you extend Tua and Tyreek and Waddle and Jalen Ramsey? That's why I would fire them, not necessarily the result of that game. So I that's what I would have written. I understand the fans' reaction being, being hot, and they just they should have been. I mean, you're taking pride in beating the Jets 32-26 in overtime. Is that where we're at now? But it would have, for me, it would be for the big picture, not the specific game or this specific season.
Well, and the reason that I thought about blowing it up wasn't even the result of the game, Chris. As I'm watching the game and looking at all of that teal that I see in the background over your head on Twitch right now, because those empty seats of a practice pitcher look a hell of a lot like what the game day looked like. If I'm Stephen Ross and I'm looking out at my stadium and I'm seeing it about 60% full for a game against the Jets, I'm losing my mind.
Here it's interesting that you bring that up, Mark, because Steve Ross has made a lot of money off of this Dolphins team, with the high scoring offense when it comes to merchandise and all that kind of stuff. And I think I might have mentioned this before last week on here, that it's season ticket renewal time. And a couple of years ago, right, they're 8-3, and last year they're 9-3. Well, now they're 5-7, and I do wonder what that looks like numbers wise. What are the season ticket sales looking like? Is Steve Ross regretting those contract extensions? Because look, to me, even if the Dolphins wouldn't have won a playoff game this year, or don't win a playoff game this year, if they would have finished 10-7 and the number one offense in the league and the big plays, fans would still be excited, and Steve Ross could still sell out every home game, right, and make a lot of money on merchandise. But now that offense is kind of slowed down, and if they don't make the playoffs, I kind of wonder what his view of all of that is now. Now that the money train might slow down, I wonder what his view is.
Well, for what it's worth, it's one person, but in our Twitch chat room, Brett said, hey, my wife and I are not renewing our Dolphins club seats for next year. And the Dolphins have had a really good home schedule for a couple years and entertaining product, but you're right. If you're in that, spend money spot right now, this Dolphins team could be one that you walk away from for next year. All right. Well, they're in that spot again, right? We're going on the road and we're playing a good team. Well, why the hell should we think it would go any different than it normally does?
Oh man! So you know what? And in all honesty and transparency, so I was a few minutes late joining these guys today. I'm writing my column about the Dolphins in Houston, and some of the numbers that I have here are the Dolphins since Mike McDaniel took over. They're 3-16 against playoff teams. The average score is playoff team 30. Dolphins 18, and it breaks down to in 2022 2-6 against playoff teams, average score 29-24. Last year 1-6 against playoff teams, average score 32-16. This year 0-4 against playoff teams, average score 29-14. By the way, the Dolphins on the road against playoff teams 1-13. And on a 13-game losing streak. The victory was that one at Baltimore, that shootout, 42-38. So, I have no reason to believe that they're going to go to Houston and win. Houston is no great team, but they are a good team. They're a playoff caliber team. It's a road game, and it's December. I mean, these trends with the Dolphins, they bother me. So that's really what I'm writing about. And look, that you're right. I mean, why are we going to believe the Dolphins can go to Houston and win? I don't see any reason to believe that right now.
Because the offense is a little revamped. They found new ways to score. Tua's playing at a level we haven't seen in a while. He's playing incredible football right now. I can spin this on the positive side because as much as we tried to blame McDaniel earlier in the year, these last 3 or 4 games, they've transformed the way the offense is producing, and now they got Hill in the mix. So it seems that, Chris, that this offense is clicking right now.
It is, but let's really look at what's going on, and it's what I'm writing about. Who have they beaten? Well, they've beaten a bunch of bad teams, right? They lose at Green Bay. And so, you've beaten the Raiders and you've beaten the Patriots and you've beaten the Jets. It's just not an impressive collection. You look at what they've done this year as far as scoring, and yeah, you had 34 against the Jets, or 32 against the Jets, and 34 against the Patriots, and 34 against New England. But I mean, against Las Vegas, but then you go up to Green Bay, and where's that offense? Like, where does that offense go? And so there is reason to believe, but look, Tua in these 7 games since he's been back, he's got like 114 passer rating, like 15 touchdowns, 1 interception, and they're 4-3. Like, so I don't know how to, and there's the loss at Green Bay. So it's, to me, it's kind of more of the same from the Dolphins. You're putting up good numbers against bad teams, but when you have to go to Green Bay, when you have to go to Buffalo, when you have to go to Houston, what's going to happen?
Well, and I hold out hope for this reason. Maybe I saw their best effort, certainly defensively, was the Monday nighter in Los Angeles against the Rams. And that's, Chris, that's funny. That was the day that the defense was better than the offense. And that's maybe the only time in the last 6 weeks that's been the case. And so that's what I'm wondering. Is there any way they could put that defensive effort together with the way the offense is now? Because that team might be able to make a run here down the stretch, but they play 3 of the last 4 on the road.
Yeah, no, yeah, they can. They can. I just have to see it. But yeah, look, that effort against the Jets late, that was the most well-rounded, best example of complementary football we've seen from the Dolphins, right? The Sealer sack and the offense is able to drive down, and the special teams, the Jason Sanders field goal, the Malik Washington kickoff return. We've seen spots where, yes, this team has played good defense. This team has played good offense. It's run the ball well. It's thrown the ball well. Special teams have done well. It's played penalty-free football. We just need to see that put together for this last 4-game stretch. And that's what you wonder. Can they do it in a tough circumstances like Sunday at Houston, and then for an extended stretch? Hey, if they make the playoffs, they'll have won 8 of their last 9, something like that. So yeah, can they maintain for that long over the long term and this last burst, this short term?
Armstead going to be able to go this weekend?
I don't think so. They're fairly doubtful. I was at a Christmas shopping spree that he had on Tuesday, and he walks fine, and he said he's doing fine, but I think they really, for nothing else, they kind of need to let that knee settle down a little bit. I think it's his right knee, and you guys know he only played 5 snaps. I think he played 2 snaps, asked out, came back in for 3, and asked out again. So he needs to let that knee settle down. As it is, he doesn't practice. It'll be interesting, the matchup this week with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson going against Patrick Paul and Kendall Lamb. Hunter, what does he have, 10.5 sacks? And I think Anderson 8.5 or something like that. Houston has 42 sacks, so that's something to watch. But Tua gets that ball out quickly, as you guys know.
I wonder if we've seen the last of the big fella, period. Okay, to be honest with you, particularly if they lose one more and it's as if the playoffs are a lost cause. I wonder if we've seen the last of Teron Armstead. He's Chris Perkins. He's about ready to go on the road with the Dolphins. He writes about him extensively for the Sun Sentinel, sun-sentinel.com. Follow him on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. Chris, as always, thanks for your time and insight. Safe travels, buddy.
All right, thanks, guys. See you next week.
Chris Perkins, kind enough to join us this day and time, talking the Dolphins on Miller and Moulton. Yeah, there's no reason to think the Dolphins are all of a sudden going to put it together, is there?
No.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, wow.
right, see you in a bit. My arm's doing a lot better. Don't know that the injury is healing, but the rod and the screws and everything, and my flexibility is getting better. So, yeah. Not a lot of discomfort anymore. So that's always good. It was pretty painful for a while.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. Here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. How's our poll question working out? Okay.
That's a great question, David. Today's poll question is, as a sports fan, have you ever lost hope in your team? It's not a Belichick vote, I'll tell you that much. But 54% of you say you've lost hope in your team before.
Wow. But see, to me, losing hope is like, I mean, you walk away.
It says, I have in parentheses, meaning you have stopped watching.
And you're done. That's it. I'm no longer a fan. You've broken me. I give up. And I'm not kidding. It's where I'd be as a Marlins fan. I can't believe it happened this soon, too. I mean, a year ago, we made the playoffs, and I thought we'd be an interesting team for a couple years. Young pitching and players everywhere. I mean, we urged them. I mean, just re-sign Bell, for goodness sakes. I mean, just, now the whole pitching staff got hurt, and they wouldn't have had a good year no matter what, but then they don't re-sign him. They trade Chisholm and Arise. It's like, now we're going into what? Another 5-year plan? I mean, seriously?
Well, in this trade they made with Berger, I mean, they didn't really get much for it.
Well, also, he's got like 2 years of service time, 3. I mean, he's not costing a lot of money. It's not like they unloaded a $12 million salary here. He was 4 years away from free agency. I don't get it.
Neither do I.
By the way, and I know they should have great pitching that comes back healthy, but
no guarantees of that.
No, but they've got to be on the short list for worst team in the league next year. I mean, right now,
White Sox obviously will be right there again.
But I guarantee you, and I mean, I would bet large amounts of money the Marlins lose 100 games next year. I think it's just a question of, do they lose 110?
How long before baseball over-unders come out? We need to get on that one right away.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Hey, speaking of which, quickly, do you know Manfred met with the mayor of St. Pete and
I think it was a Pinellas County commissioner, which is relevant because they got a vote next week.
Right. That's more important than the mayor. Manford reaching out to the Pinellas County Commission as they're trying to get that bond deal done to save the Rays Stadium deal.
What's it, Tuesday, the 17th?
Yes.
I think is the vote.
Yes, it is.
Now, I don't know how you read into this, but it's not like Manford went down there having not talked to the Rays. It's not like he doesn't know exactly what the Rays are thinking and feeling. And if you think about it, the mayor of St. Pete, but as you said, the county commissioner is the most important person in the room. All right, that Manford probably has more trust with that commissioner than the Rays do right now. So Manford is speaking on behalf of the Rays and on Major League Baseball. Like if you were the county commissioner and I were the Rays, you wouldn't believe everything that came out of my mouth.
There's no reason to.
But
to be brutally honest with how the Rays have acted in the last few weeks,
right?
They've lost all trust with that county commission.
Now you're the county commissioner. I'm Rob Manford. And you say to me, well, I don't believe a word that the Rays are saying. And he says, you got to trust me. Okay. We, meaning MLB, we've talked to the Rays. Okay. And B, I will put my word and the other 29 teams behind it. We are in. We want this.
And we want this market. And we want to have baseball here forever.
Well, at least
the next 30 years, if you will.
Right. We want a shovel to go in the ground so I can start working on expansion. I mean, that's why I'm here.
Well, yeah, but he's not telling them that.
No. But I need a shovel in the ground in March. Okay. That's why I'm here. But so the fact that Manford came down, he met them on their turf. They didn't go to Park Avenue. He met them in St. Pete.
Yeah, I think that's very relevant for this deal.
The
deal needed a little goodwill from somebody in baseball right now because the way the Rays have acted has not been that of goodwill. It has been of hardcore negotiations, and we're leaving.
Right. And I'll bet you Manford, when he was done, called the Rays and said, let me tell you something. I had to take a lot of grief because of you guys. Man, I don't ever want to be a part of that again. But think about it. The winter meetings are going on where? Nashville? I mean, Rob Manford's not at the winter meetings. He's meeting in St. Pete with the mayor and a county commissioner. I don't know. I took that as a really good sign. That, once again, what's our poll question about? Hope. I have more hope today than I had 2 days ago that the county commissioners are going to vote in favor of this project.
I do too. I think it was important for baseball to show the people in Pinellas County that this is their long-term solution. With expansion on the horizon, they don't want a relocation. I will say, if they get it done, I'm still trying to figure out what they do for the next couple of years. Because Steinbrenner Field isn't the answer long-term.
I'll bet you that came up too. So you couldn't do 3 years at Steinbrenner Field? I mean, where else? Don't you go back to I got to admit, if I'm the county commissioner there or I'm the mayor, I look at Major League Baseball and go, you fund the repairs. Still got people with the blue tarps on their roof.
Yeah, there's a big blue tarp on the Trop.
Boom.
That's got to look weird coming over the
Sunshine
Bridge there.
I know.
But come on, 1 year at Steinbrenner Field, 2 years, maybe 3. That's the other thing. Maybe this is going to push it back a whole year. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. It was a, catastrophic hurricane. It happens. Deal with it. Suck it up, Rays. They're building you a stadium. Shut up.
Yeah, I don't think you can be playing outdoors in Florida for 3 years, though. I don't.
Yeah, 1 year. I mean, they altered the schedule. The schedule's, April, May loaded. I mean,
I know.
I mean, Rays have like 2 road series the first 2 months of the year.
48 of 57, something like that. They play at home to start this thing.
Tell you what, do you buy a season ticket package? Or can I buy a half a season? Can I just buy a till Memorial Day season ticket package?
Probably.
What would that cost me? That seems delightful, actually, come to think of it. Man.
That would be a good little package.
I mean, it's...
Give me that first half package.
Yeah.
Front-loaded schedule. Weather will be perfect.
Person in your life will be like, you going to another baseball game? Yeah, it's only going to last another couple weeks.
Every night. Every night. Will they outdraw the Marlins?
They do have to sell those games out, though. It'd be a bad look before the rains come. That place has to be packed every night.
And you get school going on. It's not going to be as easy as you think.
Right. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. It's all coming up next. Hump Day edition of Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening.
Glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
This Christmas season, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District offer the lowest prices anywhere on GIA certified diamonds and beautiful diamond jewelry, pre-owned Rolex watches, estate jewelry, and colored gemstone jewelry. Plus, receive 23% off all diamond stud earrings and diamond bracelets. Come see why more people will unwrap gifts from the Diamond District this Christmas than any other jeweler in Southwest Florida. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton. Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Usually it's around this time when we have the first news of the day in the sports world that begins leaking out. For what it's worth, Mark, in media news, inside the industry, the feeling has been this would be Al Michaels' last year. He just turned 80, and he signed a 3-year deal, and, well, that wraps up in 3 more games, I believe. I believe their last Amazon game is the Thursday after Christmas. The Athletic, and I believe that's Andrew Marchand, reporting this morning that it looks as if they're going to go year to year with Al going forward, so that Al will at least come back next year. Amazon had already announced that Ian Eagle is going to be their main NBA guy. The thought in the industry was Ian Eagle, who does Thursday Night Football for Westwood One Radio, would just have to put on a shirt and a tie and do the game on television. But for now, it looks as if Al will get 1 more year. And if that's the case, then my guess is they bring Herbstreit back for 1 more year. They keep the team together.
Would make sense.
You know, and Amazon's gotten much better games. I mean, for as much as the NFL improved the Monday Night Football schedule, I'd argue they improved the Thursday Night Football schedule even more.
And this year, that's been tough to do with how many bad teams we ended up having.
Right.
Schedule that once looked good turned out to be in several cases.
And one other thing, the NFL, and I know most of us don't care, but maybe it would involve you or friends and family. But the NFL has announced they're going to play a game in Berlin next year. Remember, Goodell wants to do at least 8 games outside the country next year. They've never played in Berlin. They've played in Germany, but not Berlin.
Yeah, Munich's where most of the games have been, I believe.
Right.
Last 2 years.
So, and they'll go back to Mexico City next year. You can guarantee that. I bet large amounts of money we end up with that game because of the whole time thing. They can schedule the Mexico City on a Monday night. You know, obviously when they play in Europe, can't play those games on a Monday night. That's 1, 2 in the morning over there. So, but anyway, the 2 big NFL news and notes of the morning: Al Michaels likely to return, and Berlin, one of the 8 overseas games next year.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
A reminder that Today Was the Day When is brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 for the Bonita Springs or Naples location, or go online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. We begin today in 1620. The Mayflower Pilgrims come ashore at Plymouth Bay. We jump all the way to 1961. Motown Records releases Please Mr. Postman by the Marvelettes. It is the group and the label's first #1 pop song. For those of you that are fans of the movie Goodfellas, it was today in 78, the Lufthansa heist. $5.8 million in cash and jewelry stolen from Kennedy Airport. The loot never recovered. Today in 1980, on CBS, David, Magnum P.I. premieres. 1981, Ali's last fight. He would lose to Trevor Berbick in the Bahamas. Today in 1987, the movie Wall Street is released.
Blue Horseshoe loves Anacott Steel.
Thank you. 93, Charlie Ward wins his Heisman with the Seminoles. And in the year 2000, Chris Weinke wins his Heisman Award with the Seminoles.
By the way, how remarkable is it that Charlie wins the Heisman and never plays football again?
gets drafted in the first round of the NBA.
Today in 02, Joe Sakic scores career goal 500. 2008, Bernie Madoff arrested with his Ponzi scheme. Today in 09, Tiger Woods announces an indefinite leave from professional golf to focus on his marriage.
Man, if he had just taken our advice. We were so right. We took so much grief that day that we had the stance that we had. For those that don't know, we said that Tiger just needs to own it. Don't do the apology tour. Just own it. Okay? Just say, I'm immature. Okay? I got married too young. All right?
We literally said Letterman on Friday, SNL on Saturday.
And it would be over by Monday, Tuesday at the latest. Oh my goodness, did people come after us?
I'm hesitant to give this last one, and I probably shouldn't. Yeah, I'm going to skip it. There's no way. I'm not going to upset David right now. Terry Garr would have celebrated a birthday today. John Kerry's 81. Nikki Sixx is 66. Eric Rett, 54. Willie McGinnis, 53. And Sharif Abdul-Rahim is 48 years old today. What did I miss, David?
No. You can't do that.
Are you sure? Are you sure? I edited for you.
I'm tougher than I appear.
Fine. Hope the kids aren't in the car. Today in 2014, the world's first penis transplant happened.
I thought it was like something having to do with like my teams or something.
No!
Something personal to me. I can't do this. It'll bother David. I thought it... Okay. Yeah, all right. You were right. I was wrong. Probably should have stuck with your editing.
What did I miss, David? I certainly didn't miss that one.
No, kind of wish you did.
Transplant.
Sam Cooke died today, 60 years ago, under suspicious circumstances in Los Angeles.
Length and girth.
Wow. UNICEF founded today in 78 years ago. I remember at least 3 Halloweens, I'd have a little orange UNICEF box that we'd go out trick-or-treating with, and we'd get whatever candy we'd get, and then we'd ask you, could you make a donation? I'd come back in the next day with my $7-8 of change, hand the boxes in for UNICEF. Edward the Seventh, actually Edward the Eighth. I'm sorry.
No,
he gave up the throne today for the American divorcee. I mean, he was Harry before Harry, although Harry was never going to get to the throne. He had the throne. He was the king. Wallace Warfield Simpson, an American divorcee. He said, "No, man, I'd rather have her than this throne." They've hated us for such a long time.
They really have.
Yep.
They really have. We beat them once and bailed them out twice. You'd think they'd like us a little bit more.
Got to admit, though, they hung in there for a really long time till the cavalry arrived. And, I mean, come on now.
Did. No, they did.
Come on now. In fact, they were kind of looking over at us going, what are you waiting for?
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to Pennsylvania, where Fay Gable and Robert Weinrich were married in November of 1951. They had 4 children together and divorced in 75 for reasons they declined to discuss. But David, after they both remarried and remained with their spouses for many years until the spouses died, the two always had a good relationship and attended family events together, and they are tying the knot again.
Look at that.
50 years after the divorce, they will remarry.
It's Ben and J-Lo.
For the bad, we go to California, where a California highway was left in an interesting state after a truck fire caused the roadway to become covered with more than 30 pounds of melted chocolate. Firefighters were summoned to the scene on Interstate 580 near Dublin, California. And finally, the ugly. We go to Cleveland, where Nikki Mack and Corey Beretsky were having their engagement photos taken at the Cultural Gardens and University Circle. Nikki pointed out to her fiance that he had something on the back of his pants, and she attempted to lend a helping hand to wipe it off. When she did, her ring flew off, and they heard a ting.
Oh, no.
The engagement ring fell into a nearby sewer drain. Fortunately, the ugly ended up pretty good because personnel from Cleveland Fire Station 30 were summoned to the scene. They opened up the sewer and were able to retrieve the ring.
Oh, wow.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Wednesday, December 11th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com. Still offering $10,000 to sign on as a new officer. Get all the information today at capecops.com.
Hey, do we pay for that, or do they have to pay for that? Okay, obviously, if there's a fire and the fire shows up, I mean, you know, you don't have to pay. I mean, they're doing their job and what have you. But, I mean, is their job really to retrieve a ring? I mean, you know, do we pay for that, or do they pay for that?
My guess is we pay for that.
Hmm.
I've never seen the fire department send a bill.
Hell, how about a little cash on the side, right on
Now
the spot?
I mean, they should be delivering something to that
little something for the effort, right? You know, what do you guys want for lunch, or, you know?
No more chili today. How about we bring you something a little bit better?
Oh, well, that's good because Charlie's cooking. He's not very good at it. So come to think of it, you could order food for about 12 from Luigi's down there. I'd really appreciate it. Hey, NBA Cup tonight, baby. We had 2 quarterfinals last night. We get 2 more tonight. Hawks and the Knicks, 7 o'clock ESPN. Knicks are a 7.5-point favorite. Hawks have been playing well. And 9:30 on TNT, Warriors and Rockets. Houston at home, a 1.5-point favorite. 2 winners join Milwaukee and OKC in Vegas. You don't think the NBA's open the Knicks and the Warriors win, do you?
You mean they don't want the Hawks out there for this?
And the Rockets?
No.
Not much college hoop tonight. Only 2 ranked teams playing. Kentucky's home for Colgate, and yet it's Kentucky, so it's nationally televised, 8 o'clock ESPN2. Kentucky only a 33-point favorite at home against 2-8 Colgate. Hello.
Your Rangers are in action tonight, taking on the Sabres in Buffalo. And Anaheim and Ottawa is the other NHL game. That's a barn burner right there. Whew.
So
Ducks and Senators, can't wait for that.
Yeah, TNT early with the Rangers and Sabres, and then so they got hockey at 7 and hoop at 9:30. Don't remember many of those double dips by TNT.
So a light sports night tonight.
Yes, very much so. Thursday night football tomorrow. And the FCS quarterfinals don't begin till Friday night. Most of the games Saturday. By the way, like North Dakota State's quarterfinal against Mercer, which, quick tangent here. Do you remember when we were at Mercer?
Yes.
12 years ago doing the ASUN basketball tournaments.
Right.
And Mercer hadn't restarted their football program yet, but they had signs saying they were going to, and people on campus were walking around with those T-shirts that said undefeated since 1939.
Or whenever, is that when they played last?
Yeah.
Or it was, yes. Great shirt.
So think about that. That was 12 years ago. They didn't have a team. They didn't have a field when we were there. They were just breaking ground, remember?
Right.
On something. And now here they are a dozen years later, They're in the quarterfinals of the FCS playoffs. They're playing North Dakota State on ABC Saturday.
Well, didn't they play Alabama a few weeks ago?
They did. But I think more people are going to see this game, believe it or not. They're going up against Army-Navy. But, hey, you football fans, you flip around, man. You'll watch.
And FCS we've said it's the way to go for a lot of these schools. You can win titles.
And here they are 10 plus years later, and they're playing for a natty, if you will. Miller and Moulton. Hey, what do you say we do this tomorrow?
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit CapeCops.com. That's CapeCops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton